The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 1. 3 days on the bus had taught her the precise smell of other people sleeping, and then the bus stopped, folded its doors, and put her out into a cold that smelled of nothing she knew. Salt. Tar. The diesel ghost of the bus already leaving. Above the station doors a clock had stopped at 20 to 4 or 20 past. She couldn't tell. The hands were thin as hairs, so she decided it was 4 in the morning and that this would do. One wheel of her case had died somewhere around the second night. Now it dragged. It crossed the cobbles behind her with a sound like a man clearing his throat patiently, over and over, down the length of a street that had no one in it to wait. She had a map. A woman at a counter had given it to her without once looking up. She turned it now under a street lamp the color of weak tea, and turned it again, and the streets on the paper lay down in one direction while the streets under her boots ran stubbornly in another. She turned it a third time. The city declined to match it. Her boots had been good boots in a warmer place. Here the cobbles found every seam. She pulled her scarf over her mouth and tasted her own breath, warm, and the air past it, not. The street gave onto a bridge. Black water under it, moving without hurry, the way water moves when it has been going the same way for 600 years. She crossed. On the far side, brick houses leaned over her, dark, tall, soot in their seams, the kind of grand that has stopped expecting visitors. She walked until the houses opened onto water again, and another bridge, and she crossed that one too, certain the square with her address in it lay just past the next turn. It did not. It was more water. She had the brief, stupid feeling of walking the rim of something that would not close. Then the light came up. Not the way it came up at home, where the sun arrived and got to work. This light seeped, low and gold and from one side, and lay along the tops of a double row of poplars, and came down through the yellowing leaves to put their shapes, soft and shifting, across the front of every building, so that the cold grey street wore warm, moving skin it had done nothing to earn. She stood in it a moment. It was the first kind thing the place had done. The gulls woke with the light. They came up off the roofs in 2s and 3s, complaining, enormous, and one of them, she had the last roll from the bus in a paper twist, meaning to eat it like a civilized person. Sitting down, one of them simply took it out of her hand. A white blur, a hard yellow eye, the weight of it gone, and the gull was up on a chimney pot eating her breakfast and looking somewhere over her head as though she were a feature of the weather. Of course, she told it, in her own language, which no one here would have wanted. She almost laughed. It was close. The others scattered after their kind. One did not. It stood on the iron rail of the bridge she'd come over, wings folded, facing her, and it did not eat, and it did not cry out, and it did not, for a long moment, blink. She looked at it. It looked at her. Then a tram bell went somewhere and the moment let go, and it was only a bird again, fat and bored, picking at the rail. In a shut shop front the new son had found a tray of amber. Cheap stuff, knuckles and beads of it, the color of the light itself, and in the largest piece something small and dark was held, a leg, a wing, some old insect that had stopped mid-step a long time ago and been kept exactly there. She looked at it longer than it deserved. Her own face hung faintly over the tray in the glass, dark-eyed, foreign, tired, and behind her face the dead thing in the gold, the two of them in the window together. A sign on the corner gave the street a name she could not find on her map, in letters worn nearly off the brick. She decided this did not matter at 4:05 now in the morning, in a city she had chosen precisely because no one she knew had ever heard of it. She set the case down and lit a cigarette, one of her own, one of the last of the southern ones, and smoked it slowly while the light spread. Somewhere above her an open window let out someone singing, very quietly, to themselves, a tune that kept doubling back and never quite resolved. The gull on the rail watched her smoke. She smoked it down to the printed name on the paper and ground it out against the curb. 8 left in the pack. She had counted them on the bus, and she counted them again now through the soft cardboard with her thumb, the way a person counts money they have stopped being able to spend. Then she stood and took up the dead wheel of the case and went to find the square. The address was a square and a street and a number written on the back of a letter in a hand she trusted more than the hand had earned. She had the map for the rest, and the map and the city had not been introduced. She crossed a bridge because the light went that way, and crossing felt like progress and standing still did not, and on the far bank the houses were the same houses, soot in their seams, leaning, and the street gave her back to the water again, and another bridge, and a bank she could not have sworn was not the one she had left. She stopped on the crown of the bridge and got the map out. The old town was an island, drawn small, a leaf laid in the river with the water going by on both arms of it, and the bridges were marked, little black ties between the leaf and the banks, and she counted them, and there were 7. The rest of the city ran off the edge of the paper, the newer streets and the newer bridges, the parts built since whoever drew this had stopped caring where she supposed the people were who were not here, but the island was all the map gave her, and on the island she could not, with her finger, find a way around that crossed each bridge once and brought her home. The finger kept having to cheat, to lift, to use a span it had used already. She told herself this was the map. Maps lie about water, everyone knows it. She folded it along the wrong crease and put it away, and the feeling stayed, the small, stupid, physical feeling of being inside a shape that had been built on purpose by someone not to let her finish. A man was sweeping the bridge. She had not seen him arrive. He swept the same 6 feet of stone he had clearly swept already, moving the same nothing from one side to the other, and she asked him for the square by name, in the state language, the cold one, which she had been taught the bones of and none of the meat. He looked at her the way the gull had, not unkindly, the way you look at weather. He told her when he told her, more with the broom than the mouth, over and down, and she thanked him and went over and down and came, at the bottom of a street that smelled of coal and the river both, to the square. It was a small square. A plane tree had been let grow too big for it and had lifted the cobbles around its foot into a slow brown wave. Most of the windows were dark. One was not, and behind it a lamp burned in full daylight, yellow against the gold, the way a lamp does in a room where someone has stopped noticing the time, and she stood under the plane tree and looked at the number over the door, and it was the number. She rang again. Far inside the house something gave, a latch or a knee, and feet came down a passage at the pace of someone who has decided not to hurry for anybody ever again, and the door opened on an old woman in a housecoat the color of a bruise going yellow, who looked at the case, and the dead wheel, and the foreign face above them, and said a word that was not yes and was not no and was, Mariella understood, simply the word for you, the way you would say it to a parcel that had finally come. Frau Pole, she said. Pole, the woman agreed, as though confirming a rumor, and stood back to let the parcel in. The room was at the top, which she had not been told and which the stairs made her earn. It was a corner room of a corner house, and it had 2 windows, which she had not been told either, and which she would come to think of as the one thing the place had given her without being asked. One window held the square and the plane tree. The other held a slot of grey water between 2 roofs far down, with a single moored boat in it that never in all weeks she lived there went anywhere, and a gull, usually on a chimney, doing the gull's work of looking as if it owned the view and had paid too much for it. The furniture was dark and good and too large, the furniture of a house that had once had more rooms in use and had been pruning itself down for 50 years. A bed with a headboard like a church door. A wardrobe she could have lived in, a table by the square window with a chair, and on the table, under a lace cloth gone the colour of tea, a telephone of black Bakelite with a cord and a dial, which she lifted the receiver of, the first hour, the way you check that a thing is real, and got a tone, a long flat patient tone, the sound of a line that goes somewhere and is in no hurry to be used. She did not use it. She had folded into the lining of the case a number for the south. Not the order's number. She was not a fool, and the order did not have a number. The order had places and faces and a way of already knowing, but the number of the bookshop of the old woman who kept it, who had known her grandmother and who had said, in the back room among the foxed paper, if it is bad, you call, and if it is only loneliness, you do not call me to fix that. You are a grown woman. She had not decided yet which of the two it was. She told herself she would know it when she heard it, and that she had not heard it yet, and that this was true, and it was true, and underneath the true thing sat the other thing, which was that the order would be expecting, by now, the first of the small dutiful signs she was supposed to send back along the channels to say I am alive and I am where you think and I have not run, and that she had sent none, and that every day she did not send one was a day she could still pretend was an oversight rather than a decision. She let it stay an oversight. She was good at letting things stay things. She unpacked the way she did everything that mattered, which was slowly and last. The clothes went into the wardrobe and were swallowed. The cigarettes, 8, went into the drawer of the table, and she did not look at them again that day, which she counted a victory. And then, at the bottom, wrapped in a shirt she did not wear, the cloths. There were 5. Her grandmother's. Linen, worked in red, the red gone toward brown the way old blood does, the way the amber in the shop front had held its insect, a colour stopped a long time ago and kept. 4 of them were finished, or finished enough, the patterns running corner to corner, closed, the way a thing is closed when it is right, a band of slanted hooks, a row of little fur shapes nose to tail, a chain of diamonds with a dot held in the heart of each. She did not know what they meant. She had been very careful all her life not to know what they meant, because in her family knowing what a thing meant was the first step in being made to use it, and she had wanted, more than she had wanted almost anything, to be a person to whom a red stitch on white linen was only a red stitch on white linen. The 5th was the broken one, the one her grandmother had been working when she died, so that the pattern ran out 2/3 across the cloth and simply stopped, the last stitches loose, the needle gone, the thread trailing, the design hanging there mid-stride with its other half implied and absent, a shape that you could see, looking at it, wanted to close, the way the bridges wanted to close, and didn't, because the hand had been taken away. She had carried it across 1,000 kilometers because it was the one piece of that whole drowned world that was hers and not the order's, that her grandmother had made for no purpose she could name except love, or habit, which in old women come to the same thing. She had carried it, and she did not know how to finish it, and she did not want to learn from anyone who did, and so it stayed broken, and she kept it broken, the way you keep a question you are not ready to have answered. She laid the 4 closed cloths in the wardrobe drawer. The broken one she put under the lamp on the table, flat, to look at, and then turned it over so the working was down, and then, after a while, turned it back. It was the first thing she had set out. It made the room slightly hers and slightly haunted, which she supposed was the condition she travelled in now and might as well furnish. That night she lay in the church door bed under a feather quilt that smelled of someone else's grandmother and listened to the city not making noise. At home the night had been a thing that arrived full, dogs, scooters, a television through a wall, the sea when the wind was right, somebody's mother calling somebody in. Here the night was a thing the day took off, like a coat, and underneath it was only the river going the same way it had gone for 600 years, and once, very far off, a sound she sat up for. It came from another room, not her room and not, she thought, this house across the square or below it or folded somewhere in the stone between, and it was voices, more than one, low women she thought, singing a thing that was not a song so much as a knot, 3 or 4 voices pulling against each other so that just as one line went to lie down another stood up, and the whole of it turned and did not arrive, did not resolve, would not, she understood after a minute of listening with her whole skin, ever resolve, because resolving was not what it was for. It was for going on. It was the sound a thing makes when it has been going on a very long time and means to go on after you. She got up and went to the square window, and the square was empty, and the lamp across the way still burned in its room, and there was no one, and the sound came from no window she could fix, and after a while it stopped or moved, or she stopped being able to hear it over the sound of her own listening, and she stood there cold in her shirt and decided firmly, the way you decide a thing in order to be allowed to sleep, that it had been a radio. A late radio, someone else in the dark who could not sleep either. She decided this and got back into the bed, and the decision held mostly until morning. It was only the house being old. It was only a country she did not know yet, doing the ordinary things countries do at night, in a register she had not learned to hear as ordinary. That was all. She would learn it. People learn cities. She had 3 years to learn this one, and a name on a door, and 8 cigarettes, and 4 closed patterns and 1 open one, and a tone on a line she was not going to use, and that, she told herself, turning to the wall, was a beginning, and a beginning was more than she'd had on the bus. The first days she gave to the city, because the academy did not want her yet. The term had a shape she had arrived in front of, and there was a week of nothing before the nothing became something, and a person alone in a foreign place must do something with their legs or go strange in the head. So she walked, and the city let itself be walked the way it let itself be mapped, which was grudgingly and one piece at a time. It would not be taken in. She tried, the second morning, to hold the whole of it in her head and could not. The most she ever held was a street, and at the end of the street a thing, a green door, a horsehead knocker, a shop with a tray of amber and her own face floating in the glass over it, and then the thing was behind her, and the next street produced the next thing, singly, the way a slow hand deals cards, and you never got the hand, you only ever got the card that was down. A lamp, then the post under the lamp, then a dog tied to the post, then no dog, then a wall. She gave up trying to hold it. She let it deal. The light did not let up being kind. That was the thing she could not get used to, and never named to herself in those words, because the words would have sounded mad, that the light was too good for the place. It came low and golden from the side, all day, as if the year had stopped in the 1 week of autumn when the sun gives up its height and lies down along things, and it found the soot black brick and laid a warm moving skin across it that the brick had done nothing to deserve, and it came down through the yellow leaves and put their shapes shifting on the fronts of houses that had stopped expecting to be looked at, and it made the whole worn and loved town beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with the town, the way a dying face is sometimes beautiful, with a beauty that is plainly not its own and is leaving. She distrusted it on the city's behalf. She could not have said why. She caught herself, more than once, not trusting the light, and told herself this was tiredness, and the long bus, and being alone, and that a person who had begun mistrusting weather should perhaps eat something and go to bed early, and she ate something and went to bed early, and the light was there again in the morning, low and gold and kind, lying. She found, those days, the shapes of the life she meant to build, the way you find the studs in a wall by knocking. She found the academy, a brick palace with a courtyard, plain trees, a smell of turpentine and cold stone, a board inside the door with names and times she could not yet read fast enough. She found, near it, a cellar with a beer sign and no name she could see, and old men in it at noon, 3 of them, arguing, and she stood at the head of the steps a moment, out of the light, and listened, and could not follow it, and understood that they were arguing in more than one language, sliding between the mid-sentence the way her own family had slid between the kitchen tongue and the church one, and that whatever fault line ran under this town ran right up the middle of that argument, and that the old men had been standing astride it so long they had stopped feeling it under their feet. She did not go down. It was not her cellar. She would find hers. She found a market, thin, more empty stall than full one, where she bought bread and a hard yellow cheese and 4 apples, and was overcharged in a friendly way she decided not to mind, and where an old man sold off a folded cloth on the ground, amber knuckles of it, beads, 1 fat piece with a midge in it held up to the light, forever in the act of going somewhere, and she crouched and looked at it longer than it deserved and did not buy it, because to buy it would have been to admit she was staying, and she was not ready on day 3 to admit out loud, even to a man with a midge in a stern, that she was staying. And she found, walking the long way home to avoid a bridge that had turned her back twice now, and that she had begun, privately, to hate, that the streets were emptier than streets should be. Not abandoned. Worse than abandoned, kept. Curtains in the windows and no faces behind them, brass on the doors and polished, flowers in a box and watered, and no one. Half the shops shut, but shut neatly, with notices, back at, and no hour given, as if the hour were a thing nobody wanted to commit to. It came to her slowly, the way the worst of the true things came to her, sideways and without drama, that the town was the size of a town, twice its weight in people, and was being lived in by perhaps half that, by the old and the staying and the not yet gone, and that everyone else, the young, the loud, the ones who would have filled the cellar and the market and the slot of grey water with a boat that went somewhere, everyone else was simply not here, had gone west, had gone where the money and the noise were, and would not, on the whole, be coming back. The lights were on. Nobody was home. She had come 1,000 kilometers to disappear into a place that was, very quietly, doing the same thing to itself. She found this restful. She was honest enough, those evenings, to be a little ashamed of how restful she found it. The rain came on the 5th day, and she was glad of it, because it was the first thing the sky had done that she recognized. It came fast and warm and out of nowhere, drumming the plane tree, blacking the brick, running gold in the gutters where the light caught it, even falling, and then it was over, as fast as it came, and the town stood there steaming, every leaf and slate and cobble soaked and shining and giving the light back doubled, the whole city washed and gleaming and smelling, for 10 minutes, of something green and far off and almost southern, and she stood in a doorway and breathed it and felt, for the length of the smell, very nearly all right. It was while the streets were still wet that she met the girl. She was sitting on the academy steps in a man's overcoat with her knees up and a cigarette going, watching the courtyard drip, and she looked at Mariella the way no one in the town had looked at her yet, head on, curious, with appetite, and said something quick in the state language, and when Mariella's face did the thing it did now, the held, careful, I have the burns and none of the meat thing, the girl switched without a blink into a third language, a southern one, badly, gleefully, grammar flung over its shoulder, and said, more or less, you're the new one. The academy one. From down there. And jerked her chin at the whole south, 1,000 kilometers of it, down there, as if it were a neighborhood. From down there, Mariella agreed. Ever, the girl said, and held out the cigarette, not the hand, the cigarette, which was a better offer, and which Mariella took, and drew on, and it was rough and local and not her kind at all, and she had never in her life been so glad of a cigarette, and she gave it back, and Eva looked at her sidelong with the eyes of someone cataloguing a person they have decided, on the spot, for reasons of their own, to keep, and said, you look like you haven't talked to anybody in a week. 5 days, Mariella said. That's a week down there, said Eva, it's just a small one, and laughed at her own joke alone and unbothered, and that was how it started, the new life, on wet steps, badly, in a borrowed language, over a cigarette that wasn't hers, not with a sign, not with the gold light doing one of its undeserved kindnesses, but with a loud girl in a man's coat deciding to be loud at her, which was, Mariella thought later, exactly how the real things start, beneath the notice of whatever it is that arranges the rest. There was an old woman, the 8th evening, or the 9th, when the light had finally consented to leave and the sky over the slot of water had gone the clean deep green it went before dark. Low against it, just clear of a roofline, hung the new moon, the very edge of it, appearing, a curved hair of light with the whole dark round of itself held faintly behind. The old woman was ahead of her on the path, going slowly, a basket on her arm, and as the moon came clear of the roof she stopped and looked up at it and lifted her free hand a little, the way you lift a hand to someone you know across a street, and said a few words up at it, plainly, conversationally, with no more weight than you would give good evening to a neighbor. One of the words landed warm and near, so near a word her grandmother used to say that Mariella's own hand half wanted to lift with it. Carolati, or the front of it, the car of it, and the car was a sound her grandmother had made. Cara, dear one, said just so, head tipped up, hand lifting at nothing. Then it closed. It was not the word. The old woman said it again, lower, finishing, and walked on, and it only sounded near. The two tongues were a world apart, and the mouth had made them touch by accident, the way you hear your name in a crowd that is not calling you. A tired mind, alone too long in a place with no words of its own, goes fishing in any passing sound for a thing it loves, and hooks, now and then, something that looks for 1 second exactly like home and is, in the hand, a wet grey fish. She did not run it back over her tongue to test it. Some part of her older than deciding knew not to. The old woman was already round the corner. The moon stayed where it was, the young one, the pairing with the dark held behind it, and Mariella, who was a grown woman from down there, who did not do that sort of thing, did not greet it, and went in. She had 3 cigarettes left. She had been making them last the way you make the last of anything last, which is badly, in a rush, all at once, and then with terrible restraint, and she smoked the 3rd on the 11th evening at the square window with the lamp burning across the way and a broken cloth flat under her own lamp. And when it was done she sat with the empty pack and turned it in her hands and faced the small, stupid, enormous fact that there were no more, that the South was out, that to smoke tomorrow she would have to go down to the kiosk by the market and buy the rough local kind that ever smoked, the kind that wasn't hers, and become, by that small purchase, very slightly a person who lived here. She thought about the line, the black telephone under its tea-coloured cloth, the long patient tone going down to the South, to the bookshop, to the old woman who would say, is it bad, or is it only loneliness? She thought about how easy it would be to lift it. She thought about what she would say. I can't make the bridges close. There's a sound at night I've decided is a radio. An old woman talked to the moon in my grandmother's voice and it wasn't, and the light here is too kind and I don't trust it, and I'm afraid, a little, all the time, of nothing I can name, and I haven't told them I'm alive, and every day I don't is a day I've chosen, and I'm so alone that a loud girl giving me a cigarette on wet steps felt like being pulled out of water. She thought about saying all that down a line to a woman who had told her plainly, in the back room among the foxed paper, that loneliness was a grown woman's own business and not a thing you called the South to fix. It was only loneliness. That was the truth of it, and she made herself sit with the truth of it. The bridges were a quirk of old engineering and a bad map. The sound was a radio. The word was a coincidence of the mouth. The light was the light, and the rest of it, the held breath under everything, the sense of a shape built on purpose not to close, the held second on the wet path, the rest of it was a tired, frightened mind in a strange place doing the thing tired, frightened minds do, which is hear footsteps in the rain. She did not lift the receiver. She did something harder, which she would not have had the word for and did not need one. She took the 4 closed cloths out of the wardrobe drawer and she hung them. She had nails from the wall ready, picture nails, the ghosts of someone else's pictures. She hung the 4 closed patterns along the wall over the church door bed, the slanted hooks, the fur shapes, the chain of diamonds with the dot in the heart of each, and she stood back and looked at them up there, her grandmother's hand on the wall of a room 1,000 kilometers from where the hand had worked, closed, finished, right, and the broken one she left where it was, flat under the lamp, open and finished, hers, the question she was not ready to answer and was not, tonight, going to flee from either. She was not going back. That was the decision, and she made it the way she made all the decisions that mattered, slowly and last, and without ceremony, sitting in a borrowed chair in a borrowed room over a city that was quietly emptying itself of everyone who had any sense. She had come here to disappear, and she had been, these 11 days, frightened that she had disappeared too well, into a place too quiet, too kind, too wrong at the edges, a place that did not close. And the answer to that fear was not the line to the south and not the road back. The answer was the kiosk by the market in the morning, and the rough cigarettes, and the term that started Monday, and the loud girl on the steps, and a cellar of her own to find, and 4 red patterns on the wall to come home to. The answer was to stay, and to fill the room, and to learn the city 1 card at a time until it stopped being able to frighten her, and to be, she tried the word on, in her own language, the one no one here would have wanted, ordinary. A student. A girl from down there, learning the north. Nothing under the floor and nothing in the trees, and no one talking to the moon in anyone's voice but their own. Across the square the lamp burned in its room where someone had stopped noticing the time. Out over the water the young moon had set, gone down behind the world to do whatever the young moon did, and the dark had come the rest of the way up, and somewhere another room, another house, folded in the stone, the voices started again, low, 3 or 4 of them, pulling against each other, turning and not arriving, going on the way a thing goes on that means to go on after you. She listened to it a moment. Then she pulled the quilt up and turned to the wall and her grandmother's hooks and furs and diamonds, and decided it was a radio. It held until morning. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 2 Term. The kiosk by the market opened at 7, and she was there a little after, the first morning, with the empty southern pack folded flat in her coat pocket like a thing she meant to bury rather than throw away. She pointed at the rough local kind through the glass because she could not yet say it, and the woman in the kiosk gave them to her, and the change, and a look that was not a look, the weather look, the one the whole town gave her, and Mariella carried the pack back out into the gold and stood under the plane tree and opened it and smoked one, and it was as bad as she had known it would be, harsh and flat and tasting of the wrong country, and she smoked it down all the same, standing, because it was hers now in the only way that counted, which was that she had bought it. She was, by that one purchase, very slightly a person who lived here. She noted the date of it the way you note a small surrender, and did not write it down. The term, when it came the way the rain had, out of a flat, quiet sky, all at once, and warm. She had braced for it to behave like the city, grudging, meted out, one cold thing at a time, and it did not. On the Monday the academy that had been empty stone and turpentine and a board she could not read fast enough was suddenly full, and loud, and young. The missing half of the town poured back into one building, the part that had not gone west or had not gone yet, and she stood in the courtyard in the press of it with her heart doing a thing it had not done in 11 days, which was lift. Somebody had a guitar and was being told to put it away. 2 girls argued about a timetable with the particular heat of people who have known each other since they were 6. A boy in a paint-stiff coat walked backward across the whole length of the courtyard, talking the entire way, and did not fall down the steps behind him, and she watched him not fall down the steps and felt, absurdly, that she might be all right. The studying itself was a dark room and a slot of light. Art history met in a lecture hall with the shutters drawn against the gold so the slides would carry, and a man at the front advanced them with a wand on a long cord, and talked, and she understood perhaps 1 word in 3 of the talking and all of the slides. That was the shape of it that first week, and stayed the shape. The words went by in the state tongue, fast, jointed, closing over her head, and she sat in the dark and let them, because under the words were the images, and the images she could read without anyone's permission. A panel, a carved tympanum, a Madonna gold-grounded and grave, the made thing held up in the light for exactly as long as the wand stayed off the button, and reading them was the one thing in the city she did better than anyone in the room, and no one in the room knew it, and she kept it that way. She came out of the dark each noon into the low sun, blinking like a thing brought up from a cellar, and went and found the others, who by then were findable, who by the second week were simply where she went. The bridges she had stopped fighting. She had worked out, without deciding to, that there was no walk that closed, that the island would not let you take all 7 spans and come home, and so she did what she saw the whole town do, which was go everywhere the long way, out and back, never the loop. And once she stopped asking the circuit to close, it stopped being a wrongness and became only a route, the way a limp becomes a walk. She told herself it was a quirk of old bridges and a worse map, and that she had simply learned the place. That was true. It was also the first thing the city taught her to stop noticing, and she did not notice that either. She had a group. By then, the way you have a cold, she had simply caught them. Whoever had decided on the wet steps to keep her and kept her the way a current keeps a stick, with no apparent effort and no real choice offered, and the rest came attached to whoever the way the rest of a family comes attached to the one of them you happen to have met. There was Stefan, who was enormous and gentle and from somewhere west, and so plainly, hopelessly fond of whoever that the whole group had agreed, without ever saying so, never to mention it. He carried everyone's bags and lost every argument on purpose, and was the kindest person Mariella had met in the north, or, she sometimes thought, anywhere. There was Marta, exchange like Stefan, dry as a stick, who said the cruelest things in the sweetest voice and collected, the way other people collect stamps, the things the country people did with their dead, which way you carried a body out of a house so it could not find its way back in, what you turned to the wall, what you fed the new moon, and recited them at the table with a relish that should have been ghoulish, and was somehow the most tender thing about her, a homesickness for a folklore that was not even hers. And there were Thomas and Kev, locals, comfortable in their own town in a way none of the rest of them could be, who came and went and stood the next round and never once asked her where she was really from, in the way that meant, why are you really here? She did with them the thing she had crossed 1,000 kilometers to do. She disappeared. Not into nothing, into them. Into being the foreign one, the funny one, the one who could not say the hard word and said it anyway and made them laugh, who learned the swearing before the grammar because he ever taught it first and gleefully and in the wrong order. It was the best disappearing she had ever done, and it cost her nothing, and that was the strange part, that the thing she had braced to fight for was simply handed to her by a loud girl in a man's coat and 4 people the girl liked. She smoked the rough local cigarettes now without thinking about them, and one evening at the table she drew on one and noticed, with a small private pang she told no one, that it had stopped tasting wrong, the way you notice you have stopped dreaming in a language. There was a thing she did not do. There was a town 2 days south of where she sat, and in it a post office, and in the post office a box, and the arrangement was a card, nothing written on it, an envelope, a date, I am alive, I am here, I have not run, and the date for the first one came in the 2nd week of term and went, and she sat that night at the square window with the blank card on the table beside the broken cloth and the lamp on both of them, and did not address it. She felt the small cold thing turn over once in her stomach and lie still. She put the card in the drawer with the cigarettes that were gone and the one from the week before, of which there was now, she noted, a second, so that there were 2, and told herself it was an oversight, and was, she could feel, getting better at telling herself things. Then she went out and met the others, because they were waiting, and the waiting was the loudest thing in her life now, and the card in the drawer was the quietest, and she let the loud thing win, which it did, easily, every night. It was Marta who took them down into the cellar, because of course it was Marta. She had been hunting it for weeks, she said, a place the old men went, the real old men, the ones who remembered, where you could hear the dead customs argued over instead of merely kept, and she found it the way she found everything, by being unembarrassable, and on a Thursday she herded the whole group down a street that smelled of coal and the river and stopped them at the top of a flight of steps under a beer sign with no name, and Mariella knew the steps. She had stood at the top of them on her third day in the city, alone, out of the light, and listened to 3 old men argue in more than one language and decided it was not her cellar and she would find hers. She had not found hers. She had found these people instead, and now these people were taking her down into the cellar she had turned away from, and she went down the steps the way you go back to a thing you once declined, half certain it would not be as you remembered, and it was exactly as she remembered, only with her in it. Dark wood gone black with smoke and hands. A low brick ceiling that made even Stefan stoop. Beer cheaper than the bus had been, and a smell of it soaked 60 years into the floor, and at the far end, under a lamp, the old men, not the same 3, or the same 3, she could not have sworn either way, leaning at each other across a table with the unhurried violence of men who have been having the one argument their whole lives and would be bereft if it ended. And the argument slid. That was the thing she had heard from the top of the steps and heard again now from inside, that they did not argue in one language but in the seam between 2, dropping from the hard state tongue into something older and rounder and back again mid-sentence, not translating, not choosing, just using whichever word came first to the hand, and the fault line she had felt running under the whole town ran right up the middle of the table, and the old men sat astride it so easily they had plainly stopped feeling it was there. "Listen to them," Marta said, leaning in, her dry voice gone soft the way it only went for the dead customs. "They're doing it without knowing. My grandmother did it. You can't catch the moment they switch. They can't." "What are they arguing about?" Mariella asked, and Marta listened a while, head tipped, and said, "A funeral. From 1950-something. Whether they did it right," and looked so happy that Stefan bought her a beer she had not asked for and set it in front of her like an offering, and he ever caught Mariella's eye across the table and made, very slightly, the face that meant Stefan, and Mariella made it back, and that was a whole conversation, and it was the first time she had had a whole conversation in that town without a single word, and she felt it land somewhere under the ribs as the actual beginning of the thing, more than the steps, more than the cigarette, this, the silent face across the smoke, the being already enough inside a joke that it did not need saying. They stayed late. Keth taught her a card game with rules that changed depending on who was losing. Thomas did an impression of the backward-walking boy from the courtyard that was unkind and perfect. Eva, 3 beers down, told a story about her grandmother on the coast that started funny and turned, near the end, into something she did not finish, and let trail off, and no one made her finish, and the not making her was its own small tenderness passed around the table. And once, late, when the old men had gone quiet and Marta had gone to find the toilet and the room had thinned, Mariella heard, from somewhere behind the bulb below it or folded in the brick the way these sounds always seemed folded, the voices again, 3 or 4 of them, low women, pulling against each other, turning and not arriving, and she sat with her beer going warm in her hand and listened to it for as long as it lasted, which was not long, and decided, with the ease of long practice now, that it was a radio in the back, a kitchen radio, somebody's tape, and the deciding cost her even less than it had the first night, and she noticed that it cost her less, and filed the noticing somewhere she did not go, and let it be a radio. Then Marta came back loudly with a story about the toilet, and the night closed over the sound, and they all went up the steps together into a cold that smelled of the river, and the bridges took them home the long way, out and back, the only way they went. The market on Saturday was the city at its kindest, and she had learned by now to distrust the city when it was kind. It came up in the square by the old warehouse, thin, more empty trestle than full one, but full enough on a Saturday to be an event, and the light did the thing it did, came low and gold across the cobbles and found every good surface and laid the warm moving skin of itself over a town that had done nothing to earn it, and she walked into it with the others wrapped against a cold the light kept promising to mend and never did. There were women selling mushrooms they had clearly carried out of a forest at dawn, dark and strange and arranged on newspaper with the particular pride of the foraged. There were books on blankets on the ground, swollen with damp, in 3 alphabets. There was a man with cheese and a man with honey and a woman with knitted things nobody wanted and everybody admired. Marta went through it like a hound, hunting, she announced, a gift for a cousin she hated, which had to be both hideous and expensive, and Stefan trailed her holding the things she rejected, and he ever bought a bag of small hard pears and handed them round and they ate them walking, sharp and gritty and good. And there was the Amber, the same old man, or his brother, off the same folded cloth on the same patch of ground, the knuckles and the beads and the one fat piece held up to the light forever with its midge inside it caught mid-going, and Mariella crouched to it the way she had crouched on her 3rd day, because she could not help it, because the dead thing in the gold was the nearest thing the North had to a relic and her hands knew relics. She picked up the fat piece. The midge inside it hung in its amber the way it had hung for 40 million years, a leg lifted, a wing half spread, stopped in the act of leaving, and she turned it to the light to see the leg, and a cloud went over briefly, the way clouds did not here often, and she lost the light for a second and turned the stone to find it again, and when the sun came back the midge was facing the other way. She held it very still. It was the wrong way round. The leg that had been lifted was down, and the wing that had been spread was the other wing, and the small dark going somewhere of the thing was pointed back the way it had come, and she held the stone in the gold light with her own face hanging faintly over it in nothing, no glass, just the held breath of looking, and felt the floor of the ordinary tilt 1 degree, the way it had tilted on the bridges and the path and the first night in the dark. Then the old man said something to her, a price, the same number twice and then a smaller number, the haggle, and she looked up at his ordinary face and back down at the stone, and it was a different stone. Of course it was. He had a tray of them, 2 trays, a cloth covered in them, and she had set the first one down without noticing and picked up its neighbour, the way you do, the way anyone does, crouched and dazzled in a low sun over a heap of golden stones that all held their small dark dead the same way, and this one's midge faced this way, and the other ones had faced that way, and that was all it had ever been, 2 stones, 2 insects, 2 accidents of resin from 2 trees an age ago, and she had moved her hand between them and frightened herself with arithmetic. She put the stone down. She did not pick the first one back up to check, because some part of her older than checking did not want, in front of the others, in the gold, to find them facing the same way after all, and she stood, and her knees cracked, and Marta was holding up something genuinely hideous in painted wood and shouting her name, and she went to it, glad to be shouted for. "Tell me this is the worst thing you have ever seen," Marta demanded. "It's the worst thing I have ever seen," Mariella said, and meant it, and Marta beamed and bought it, and the day went on being kind, and she let it, and bought bread and a hard yellow cheese and walked home in the long light with the others peeling off one by one at their own streets until it was only her and the route that did not close, out and back, the bread warm through the paper against her side. She had built it. That was the thing she let herself have, climbing the stairs Frau Pohl's house made her earn, the 4 red patterns waiting on the wall and the 5th one open under the lamp where she had left it. 11 days of fearing she had disappeared too well, and now this, a term, a dark room full of images only she could read, a loud girl and a gentle giant and a dry girl who loved the dead and 2 locals who never asked, a cellar with her in it, a cigarette that had stopped tasting wrong, an ordinary life, and it had been easier to come by than anything in her life had ever been, and a person with her training might have asked why a thing got easy, might have turned that stone over to see which way it faced. She did not. She put the bread away and looked at the broken cloth a moment without counting its stitches, and went down the long way to meet them, because they were waiting, and the waiting was still the loudest thing, and the card in the drawer was still the quietest, and there were 2 of them now, and she let the loud thing win. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 3. The Agreement. It was a clerk who found her out in the 6th week. or what she had taken to be the 6th week, having lost the proper run of them somewhere in the sameness of going to the dark room and coming out of it and going to find the others. A clerk in a cage of frosted glass in the basement of the academy where the records were kept, who slid a card back across the counter at her with a line ruled through one corner in red and a number written beside it, and looked at her the way the whole town looked at her, which was the way you look at weather, and said a sentence she did not understand and then a shorter one she did not complete, and tapped the red line twice, not complete, and would not be drawn further because it was not a clerk's business to be drawn. A clerk's business was the red line, and she went up out of the basement into the gold with the feeling she had carried out of every official building in her life, south or north, which was that some paper somewhere knew a thing about her she did not know about herself. The thing the paper knew came to her in pieces over 3 days, the way the city gave her everything, one card at a time. Her southern qualifications had been taken in on trust, provisionally, a foreign girl's foreign learning accepted on a nod so the term could start, and now the term was old enough that someone had gone back and reconciled the nod against the rule, and the rule wanted a thing the nod had not supplied. A credit. Not a class so much as a category method, the handling of the actual made object, the cleaning and reading and dating of the thing itself rather than the lit slide of the thing, a requirement printed in the degree she was enrolled in black, in a list, between 2 credits she already had. She was meant to have it. She did not have it, and she could not get it, which was the part that took the longest to understand and was once understood. Very simple. The academy did not teach it. Had taught it once, in a room with trestle tables and trays of potsherds and a man who knew how to lift a thing without breaking it, and had stopped years ago when the man went west or went into the ground and a room was given to something else, and the budget for trays of potsherds went the way the young people went, west away, not coming back. The course was gone. The line in the rule that required the course was not gone. Nobody had struck it. So the degree went on demanding, every year, in black, a thing the academy had quietly stopped being able to give, and most years it did not matter because most students arrived with it already or near enough to it that the nod held, and the rule pointed at the empty room and no one followed the finger to see that the room was empty. She had followed the finger, or the clerk had pointed her down it, and at the end of the finger was an empty room, and a red line through the corner of her card, and the flat northern sentence, not complete, and she stood in the gold afternoon with the whole soft kind light lying along the brick, and understood that the ordinary life she had built so easily had a hole in its floor that had been there the whole time, under the boards, and that someone had just put a foot through it. They sent her to Frau Bergman because Frau Bergman was the one they sent the unsolvable to. The office was on the 2nd floor, behind a door with a frosted panel, and it was warm, the first properly warm room she had been in since the south, a small iron stove ticking in the corner and the low afternoon coming flat through a tall window onto her desk with 2 neat stacks of paper and a third that was not neat, and it smelled of warm paper and stove iron and, under that, faintly, of rot. The rot was the plant. On the windowsill, in the best of the light, stood a clay pot with a plant in it that had been dead a long time, a stem gone grey and bent at the neck, a few leaves the colour and texture of old tobacco still holding on by habit, and beside the pot a small tin watering can, and the soil in the pot, Mariella saw, was dark and damp. Someone watered it. Someone had watered it that morning, or the day before. Was watering still a thing that had finished needing water before the leaves browned, keeping the soil wet around a dead stem in the best of the window's light, and the keeping of it was so exactly the keeping of the whole town. The brass polished on the doors no one came to, the flowers watered in the boxes of the empty houses, the lights left on where nobody was home, that she looked at the wet dead plant longer than she meant to and had to make herself look away from it to the woman behind the desk. The woman was about 60, in a grey cardigan, with reading glasses pushed up into iron-coloured hair, and she did not look up at once. She was reading, with a frown, a single sheet held at arm's length. and there were more sheets fanned in front of her, old ones, soft ones, the color of weak tea, and a drawer of the desk stood open at her hip with the look of a drawer that had been gone through. She had been hunting something. She had, it became clear, found it, and did not entirely believe in it. "Sit," she said, still reading, in the state tongue, and then, with a glance up at Mariella's face beginning its careful held thing, again slower and plainer, the version of the tongue you used for the foreign and the deaf, laid down like a relayed step for someone who had tripped. "Sit. You are the southern one. Art history. The method's credit." "Yes," Mariella said, which she could say. Birdman. She did not offer a hand. She put the glasses down onto her nose and looked at Mariella properly for the first time, a long flat look with a great deal behind it and nothing offered out of it, the look of a person who had processed several thousand foreign students through this warm room and could see at a glance which kind this one was and would keep the seeing to herself. "You have a hole in your enrollment," she said. "You know this. The clerk found it. The clerk is paid to find holes and is happy today." She said it without smiling, and it was. Mariella understood a beat late, a joke, the dry North's idea of one, offered and not waited on. "The credit you are missing, we do not teach. We have not taught it since before you could read. This is not your fault, and it is not, I am sorry to say, anybody's, which means there is no one to be angry at, which people find harder than a villain." She squared the soft old sheets with two hands. "So, normally this is where I tell a student the bad thing. You repeat a year, or you do not take the degree, or you go home. I have told students this. It is not a good afternoon when I tell them." She paused and looked at the fan tea-colored pages, and then at the open drawer with something that was not quite distaste and not quite wonder. "But you," she said, "are lucky, in the stupidest possible way. I have spent 2 mornings in that drawer." She nodded at the open drawer without looking at it. "And behind it, fallen down the back, under 40 years of forms nobody reads, there is this." One finger came down on the topmost soft sheet, the color of tea, and turned it a few degrees toward Mariella, not to be read, only to be shown to exist. It was an agreement. Mariella could see that much. 2 seals, 2 signatures gone brown, a top date she had to read twice and still did not believe, and a body of close type stamped over, here and there, with the rubber stamps of intervening decades, but lightly, a stamp every long while, the stamps of a thing renewed by clerks who renewed everything and read nothing. An agreement, Birdman said, between this academy and the university. Very old, the 2 of them, in a friendlier century, promised each other that a student short of a credit at the one place could be sent to fill it at the other. A courtesy, a nice idea between institutions that used to like each other. She sat back. "I have worked in this building for 31 years. I did not know it existed. I do not think anyone has used it. I think it was written to be a kindness on paper and was never once meant to leave the paper, and I have now read it 4 times to be sure it still binds, and I am sorry to tell you, the dry joke again, unweighted on, that it does. The university teaches it," Mariella said. "The method. The university offers it." Birdman corrected the verb the way she did everything, flatly, precisely, a step relayed. "There is a chair there. Archaeology and ethnology. The man who holds it is required, by his rule, the way you are required by yours, to offer hours, teaching hours, to anyone who comes, and he offers them, on paper, as he must." She took a plain ruled card from a box of 100 and began to write on it, in a hand that had written a great many names. "And no one comes. The hours are real and they are empty. He keeps them in the evening, at the field archive, not at the university proper, a house on University Street where the material is. the cabinets, the records, the actual things, and he keeps strange hours there, and the hours he offers and the hours he keeps are, I am given to understand, the same hours, which is to say evenings, late, and no one has ever taken him upon them, because no one is ever sent, because the agreement that could send them fell down the back of a drawer in 19-something and stayed there until I went looking this week for a hole to fill yours. She turned the card around and slid it across the warm wood with one finger. The address Mariella could read, the department she could half read, the name she could not say. It sat in the stiff full-form names take-on cards, a title and an initial and a short-shut surname, 2 northern syllables that closed on a hard sound like a door pulled to, and her mouth tried it without sound and got it wrong, and she filed it with the cheese and the cigarettes and the word for thank you, the words the city had handed her to learn. It was only a name. He will not have had a student in years, Bergman said, standing, the interview spent. Perhaps ever, under this. You will be a surprise to him. Surprises do not, I am told, please him. And that was the nearest she came to a warning, and it was not one, it was a fact about a man's temper delivered in the same flat coin as the fact about his hours, whether about a person, and she did not lean on it or look at Mariella to see it land. She had turned, already, to the windowsill and picked up the little tin can, and was tipping a thin bright thread of water into the pot where the grey dead stem stood in its wet dark soil, in the last and best of the gold, watering it, carefully, around the neck, the way you water a thing you mean to keep alive. Mariella said the word for thank you, which she could say. Bergman said it back without turning from the plant, the same word and a different thing. You are welcome and you are finished, and Mariella went out past the frosted glass into the cold stairwell with the warm card in her hand, and the iron-haired woman and the wet dead plant and the dead letter agreement and the stove went behind the panel and became, like everything else, a single card already dealt, a thing she had passed and would not come back to look at twice. She did not go in. She went to see where it was, only that, the way you drive past a thing the night before to be sure of it in the morning, and she let the going to see take the rest of the afternoon, because the card had put something restless in her, and walking was what she did with restless, out and back over the bridge the long way, the only way, and along the river under the lindens. By the time she found University Street the gold had begun, at last, to go, not to shorten, only to deepen, the way it did, the low sun reddening down toward a roofline and the sky behind it taking on the clean green it took before dark, and the shadows of the lindens and the railings and the few people out had drawn themselves long and thin across the cobbles. Everyone in the street poured out into a dark line twice their height, the way the day's last sun does it. The house was a tall, narrow Hanseatic front, stepped at the gable, the brick darker than its neighbours, the windows taller, and in the lowest of them a green lamp was burning, although the street still had light in it, a green lamp lit earlier in a room where someone had stopped minding the hour, the way the lamp across her own square was always lit. She stood across the street from it, in the long red end of the light, and looked at the dark door and the green window and did not cross, and then turned to go home. Her shadow went out ahead of her up the street, long and thin and single, the way the low sun made everyone's, and as she turned it swung, and where it swung there were two of it. Two shadows, off her one body, going two ways. The long one ahead, up the street, away from the sun, where a shadow belonged, and a second, fainter, shorter, thrown off to the side toward the river, where nothing of hers had any business lying. She stood between them in the green-going light, and the far end of the second one, the wrong one, the faint one toward the river, lifted. A little, the way an arm lifts when a hand goes up, and she had not moved her arm. She had not moved at all. Then she saw the lamp. The green lamp in the tall low window, burning earlier into the dimming street, close enough and bright enough to throw its own light across the cobbles and lay its own faint shadow of her down toward the water, off to the side, the way a second light will always give a person a second self. She had stopped in the throe of it. That was why there were two. She stepped back, out of the lamp's reach, into the plain red light of the going sun, and had one shadow again, the long ordinary one, ahead of her, single, where it belonged, and she did not look again at the place where the other had been, and she did not let herself go back over what its far end had done, and she walked home in her one shadow with the card warm in her pocket and the green window behind her, and the not looking was easy, and she did not ask herself why the not looking was getting easy. The third card came due that night, and she knew it by the rhythm, not the date, because Julia had drilled the rhythm into her in the back room among the foxed paper until it sat in her like a pulse. Every third week, a card, nothing written, so that even with the calendar lost she woke to it, felt it fall due the way you feel a tooth with your tongue. She sat at the square window with the lamp across the way burning as it always burned, and took a blank card from the small stack she had not let herself throw out, and laid it on the table beside the broken cloth, and looked at it, and made herself, this time, sit inside the thing she was doing rather than let it stay an oversight, because she had felt, in the basement and the warm office, how a hole in the floor can be there the whole time under the boards, and she did not want this to be a hole she had not looked at. So she looked at it. The arrangement was simple, and the arrangement was a leash. A blank card every third week to a box 2 days south. No words, because words could be read by the wrong eyes. Only the card itself, the fact of it arriving, which said the 3 things she was permitted to say: alive, here, not run. To send it was to keep the channel warm. To send it was to stay a live file in a drawer she could not see, a girl they could put a hand on at a known box whenever they chose, a thing still theirs, still placed, still saying yes, I am where you set me down. And to send it cost almost nothing and asked almost nothing, and was, by every sane measure, the safe thing, the small dutiful nothing that kept the larger nothing at bay. And not to send it was a risk, and she made herself name the risk and not flinch from it. Silence got noticed. She knew the machinery from the inside. She had been, for a while, a small part of the machinery, and she knew that a missed card was a question, and a second missed card was a louder question, and that questions, in the order, did not stay questions. Sooner or later a question became a person, sent quietly to find the answer in the flesh. She knew this. She was not a fool, and she did not let herself pretend the silence was free. But she had made a wager somewhere in the long bus north, and sitting at the window she turned it over and found she still believed it, mostly enough. The order was old and the order was patient, but the order was, above all, busy and pragmatic to the bone, and did not spend a person where a person was not worth spending. A defector who ran loud, who fought, who talked, who took something, who made a noise in the world was worth chasing, because a noise had to be quieted. But a defector who simply went small and quiet and dull, who took up an ordinary foreign life in a town nobody had heard of and made no noise at all and slowly stopped being interesting, that one, she was betting, got written off, filed, left. Not forgiven, never forgiven, but shelved, as a cost not worth the collection. Her whole strategy, if the held breath of those weeks could be called a strategy, was to make herself boring, to bet her safety on her own unimportance. Every card she did not send was a day of going quieter, smaller, duller, less worth the journey north, and every card she did send was her own hand keeping the leash warm, reminding them, on a schedule, that she existed and could be found. There was a flaw in the wager, and she could feel its edge without letting her tongue find the whole of it, which was that she had not been, in the order, a small thing, and that small things are written off and large things are not, and that she did not honestly know which she would be, shelved or chased, until it was too late to have chosen differently. She felt the edge of that. She set it down, and under the whole cold calculation, plainer than any of it, was the thing that was not strategy at all, that to send even the blank card, even the wordless dutiful nothing, was to say I'm yours one more time, on their schedule, into their box, and she had crossed 1,000 kilometers precisely so as to stop saying it, and she would rather take the road's risk than keep saying it, and that was not arithmetic, that was just the truth, and she let it be the last word. She did not address the card. She opened the drawer and laid it with the other two, and now there were three blank white cards squared in a borrowed drawer 2 days from the box they were owed to, 3 days she had chosen and was done pretending were not chosen. On the table where the card had been stayed the broken cloth, flat under the lamp, the pattern running 2/3 across and stopping, the thread trailing, the open half of it still open after 1,000 kilometers and 3 lost months. And beside it now lay Birdman's card, the plain ruled card, the address she could read and the name she could not say, the two of them under the one lamp, the question her grandmother had left her and the door the city was sending her through, both face up on the borrowed table. Neither answered. She looked at the pair of them a while and decided nothing about either, and then she went down the long way to meet the others, because they were waiting, and the waiting was still the loudest thing in her life. And the 2 quiet cards were still the quietest, and she let the loud thing win. It won easily. It always won. There was no evening in those weeks when it would not have won, and she looked later and could not find one. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 4. The Corridor. The card lived in her coat pocket for 9 days. She knew it was 9 because the card kept its own calendar, the way objects did for her now that the days had stopped keeping one another. Every time her hand went into the pocket for matches or change, it found the stiff ruled edge of it first, and counted, without being asked. 9 days of carrying a door around unopened. She took it out at night sometimes and set it on the table beside the broken cloth, the two of them under the lamp where they had lain that first evening, and looked at the address she could read and the name she could not, and put the card back in the coat before she slept, as though it might be needed suddenly in the dark, like papers at a border. The name would not keep. That was the thing she did not tell anyone, because there was no way to say it that did not sound like what it was. At night, at the square window, with the lamp across the way burning in its room where someone had stopped minding the hour, she practiced it, laid her tongue against the front of it the way Eva had taught her to do with the word for cherry, which had nearly killed her, and got the first syllable, and got most of the second, and closed it on the hard sound it closed on, like a latch going home, and went to bed with the name sitting whole in her mouth, and woke without it, not garbled, gone. The shape of it gone from her tongue overnight, the way a dream goes, leaving the certainty there had been one and nothing else, so that she had to take the card out and read it again and start over, a stone rolled back down the same hill every morning. She decided it was the phonology. The north kept sounds in places the south kept nothing at all, and a mouth was a muscle, and hers had been trained for 30 years to other work. That was all it was. She had stopped, lately, noticing how quickly she could decide what things were. The noticing had gone the way of the calendar. The evenings were the problem, or the excuse, and she let herself call it the problem. The hours on the card were evening hours. Birdman had said so, and said they were real and empty, kept by a man no one was ever sent to, and the evenings were not hers. The evenings belonged to the loud thing. There was the cellar 2 streets down from the metro where Stefan had discovered they would fry you potatoes at any hour if Kev asked instead of him. There was the film club Marta had annexed, in a lecture room with the chairs welded together in rows, where a man older than the building played piano under silent pictures and glared at anyone who laughed in the wrong places. There was Eva, who had decided Mariella's grasp of the state tongue was now strong enough to be insulted in it directly, which was a promotion, and who required an audience for the insults. 9 evenings went the way all the evenings went. She watched them go with the card in her pocket and the hole in the floor of her enrollment exactly where the clerk's red line had left it, not growing, not closing, just there, under the boards, patient, and she understood perfectly well what she was doing and did it anyway because there was no evening the loud thing would not have won, and she had stopped expecting one. Then Marta found the organ. Somewhere in the warren behind the cathedral square, a church the size of a barn was having its organ played at, not a concert, a tuning, or a repair, or some long argument between an instrument and the one man left who spoke its language. Martha was unclear on the details and electric on the substance, which was that if you stood in the right side aisle at the right hour you could hear a single pipe held for minutes at a time, a note below hearing that arrived through the floor and the bones of your chest instead of your ears, and she was taking everyone, Thursday, attendance compulsory. And Mariella, who had a hole in her floor and a card in her pocket and a mouth that lost the same name every night, heard herself say that she had a class. It was nearly true. It was about to be true if she went. The others took it the way the loud thing took everything that was not itself, which was lightly, at speed, already moving. Eva narrowed her eyes for exactly 1 second, the way she did when a sentence came out of Mariella too smoothly, and let it go. Stefan offered to walk her there and was overruled by his own shyness before anyone else could overrule him. Martha said the word for SWAT, or word Mariella chose to understand as SWAT, and the table moved on to the question of whether a sound you felt in your sternum counted as music or whether. No one asked which class. The loud thing didn't ask twice. That was the mercy of it, and the loneliness of it. And on Thursday at 6 she stood at the foot of her stairs in her good coat with the card in her glove, and went. The fog came up out of the river at the hour the light went, the two of them passing each other like shifts changing. She had seen the traces before, mornings when the water wore a low white smoke that burned off by 8, nights when the lamps grew their soft wool collars, but those had been hints, samples, the city clearing its throat. This was the voice. It did not roll in off the sea the way she would have written it if someone had asked her to invent fog. It rose, straight up out of the black water between the embankment walls, and hurried, the river's own breath made visible in the cooling air, and it filled the channel first, brim to brim, a second river lying on the first, and then it tipped over the stone lip of the embankment and came into the streets along the ground, finding the low places the way water finds them, a hand's depth, a knee's depth, rising. The city changed its arithmetic. She had thought she knew how the place meted things out, one lamp, then the post under it, then the dog, then nothing but the clear light had been generous all this time and she had not known it. The fog gave her less and gave it later. A lamp existed only as a stain of weak gold until she was nearly under it. The bridge existed as a railing, then as 10 meters of railing, then as a railing again behind her, and never once as a bridge. A man walking the other way was footsteps for a long time, then a darkness, then a coat with a collar up and no face she could swear to, then footsteps. Sounds came loose from their distances. A tram 2 streets over arrived in her left ear close enough to touch. Her own boots on the cobbles went somewhere else entirely and reported back late. She crossed the first bridge by its railing, her glove hissing along the iron, and the water below was a sound without a surface. At the second bridge she stopped, because of the column. The fog over the river was moving the way the river moved, downstream, all of it, a slow whole migration of white in the dark, except in one place, off the upstream side of the middle pier, where it turned. A column of it, pale against pale, perhaps the height of a door, turning slowly in its own footprint while everything around it travelled. Not violent, not even quick, just a patient rotation in one place, like something stirred long ago and not yet finished settling, and she stood at the railing with her glove on the iron and watched it turn. 3 times, 4, the rest of the white sliding seaward past it, and the thought she had, and she heard herself have it, was that it was turning over something, the way water turns over the place where a thing has gone down. Then she did what she did. The river was warmer than the air, that was the whole fog, the warm water breathing into the cold night, and a bridge pier splits a current, and a split current eddies, and an eddy in the water would print itself up into the breath above it, the air doing what the water under it did. It was an eddy, drawn in white. Anyone who had grown up on any river had seen the water do it 1,000 times. She had simply never seen it given a body. She took her glove off the iron and walked on, and the column turned behind her in the dark over whatever the pier had split, and by the time she reached the far bank she had filed it with the cheese and the cigarettes and the word for thank you, the things the city handed you, learned and done. University Street arrived in pieces. A corner she knew by its drainpipe, a run of railings. The lindens overhead were in the fog rather than the fog in the lindens, their lowest leaves hanging out of the white like things shown to her one at a time, wet gold, lit from below by the lamps. And then the green. The lamp in the low window of the tall house had been, in clear light, just a green lamp burning early. In the fog it was the only colour in the world. It came through the white not as a window but as a place where the fog itself went green and stayed green, a soft furred patch of it hanging in the general pale at the height a window would be, and she stood across the street where she had stood at dusk 9 days ago, in the long red light, with her two shadows, and there were no shadows now, hers or anyone's. The fog had eaten the geometry of all that, and she looked at the green stain in the white and found that the standing across the street part of her was finished. It had had 9 days. She crossed. The door was a door for a richer century, black oak, iron-studded, a knocker shaped as a ring through something's mouth that the fog and the dark declined to identify, and beside it, behind a small glass-fronted case screwed to the brick, a card. She read the card because reading cards was what her life had become. It was yellowed past T into tobacco, typed on a machine whose lowercase e struck high, and it gave, in the state tongue's stiffest register, the hours. Offered hours. Evenings, 2 of them named, the very hours she was standing in, and below the hours a line she worked out word by word with her lips moving, to the effect that students presenting themselves under interinstitutional provision should ring and enter. The card had been typed before she was born. The glass over it had not been cleaned since. She could see the dust on the inside of the case, furred along the bottom edge like the fog's small cousin, sealed in with the invitation. Ring and enter. No one had ever rung. She was reading a thing written for no one, in the hour it had named, and she was the no one, arrived. She rang. Somewhere far inside, a bell on a wire did its work, a small dry shake of sound, and stopped, and nothing else happened, and she stood in the fog listening to the door not be answered. She had Bergman's card out of her glove and ready in her hand like a ticket, because somewhere in the 9 days she had settled, without admitting she was settling anything, that when the door opened she would not attempt the name. She would hold the card up. Let the card say it. The card had a typewriter's spelling and a clerk's authority and would not lose the word overnight, and if that was cowardice it was a cowardice between her and the card. Nothing came. She rang again, and this time did not let go of the pull until the far dry shaking had gone on twice as long, and then she tried the iron handle, because the typed card had said enter, and the typed card was the only instruction anyone in this city had ever given her twice. The latch went. The door was unlocked. Of course it was unlocked. The hours were offered. An offered hour with a locked door would have been a lie. And whatever this house was, she understood as the door swung its weight inward over a worn stone sill, it did not lie. It just did not expect to be taken up on the truth. Inside was a corridor, and the corridor was lit, and the light was green. Lamps with green glass shades, the same breed as the one in the window, stood on brackets down the length of it, every third one lit, so that the corridor was a sequence of green pools with dark water between them, and it ran back into the house much farther than the house had looked from the street. The fog had followed her in for a step and a half and given up at the threshold. The air past it was dry and still and smelled of dust and paraffin and old linen, and under those, the way the rot had sat under the warm paper smell of Bergman's office, of earth. Clean earth, dug earth, the smell of a garden in autumn, indoors, where no garden was. The door shut behind her on its own weight with a sound like a lid. The walls of the corridor were hung with the dead's linen, framed. She knew what they were before she could have said how she knew. Long narrow cloths behind glass, browned, some of them no more than a handspan wide and longer than she was tall, woven borders in red and black and a red gone rust, each frame tagged in the lower corner with a paper label and a number in faded ink and a word or two in the staked ton scholar register, a place name, a grave field, a year of digging, and the linen itself in some of the frames carrying its own grounding with it stains the shape of what had lain against it, the cloth dark of where the dark had been. Grave goods, grave cloths, bands and towels of the kind a coffin is lowered on or a body is bound with, dug up, tagged and numbered and framed and hung in a corridor for the benefit of nobody, in green light, between a street and wherever this corridor went, and she walked down the middle of it at an even pace with her heels going loud quiet through the pools of light, looking, because not looking down a hung corridor you are walking through is not a thing a person can do. And her eye did what her eye did. There had been no way to leave it at the door with the fog. It went along the borders as she walked and read them, not looked at, read, and the reading came up out of her training like water into a footprint, effortless, unasked, that this border was a closed border, turned at both rims so the path of the thread had no open end, that this figure repeated in odd counts, deliberately odd, a count you had to choose, that this corner, where a lazier grammar would have let the pattern simply stop, fed the line back into itself instead, tucked it home, finished it the way you finish a knot and not the way you finish a drawing. Ornament does not behave like that. Ornament is happy to stop at an edge. These were not stopping at edges, they were closing, every one of them, rims turned, corners fed, counts odd, a corridor of fastened doors woven in thread by women who, whatever the paper labels said about provinces and decades, had all known the same thing about edges, that an edge is where it gets in, and a closed path is how you keep it out. She read perhaps 30 framed cloths in 40 meters of corridor and every one of them was working. Old, dead, dug up, framed, and working, the way a bolted door in a ruin is still bolted. She was nearly at the end, where the corridor gave onto the foot of a stair and the dark slot of a further doorway with real lamplight in it, when the third frame from the last stopped her. It was a narrow band, the rust red and the black on linen gone the colour of weak tea, and the figure running along it was a turning figure, a thing like a hooked cross or a key that rotated as it repeated, and her grandmother's third cloth, the third of the 4 closed ones, the one that hung second from the left over her bed, 1,000 kilometers south of its own conception and 40 minutes walk from this corridor, carried that figure. Not a cousin of it. Not the same family of idea, arrived at twice, the way every weaving culture in the world arrives at crosses and keys. The same figure, making the same choice, it turned left. The hook of it rotated against the sun, widdershins, in every repeat, and that is a choice, not a grammar. A pattern book gives you the figure, but the hand chooses the turn, and most hands on most coasts turn a figure with the sun the way most people fold their arms the same way all their lives, and her grandmother's hand had turned this figure against it, always, in every cloth. And Mariella had been 11 years old when she'd asked why and had been told, with a tap on the back of her counting hand, because that is the way it goes, and here it was going that way, behind glass, in green light, on linen that had been in northern ground while her grandmother was alive and counting, the hook turning left along the band like a small wheel rolling the wrong way home. She stood in front of it for the length of 3 breaths. She could hear the lamps, green-shaded paraffin lamps, make a sound. It turns out, a sort of fibrous nothing, and she stood hearing it. Patterns travel, she told herself. The sea had carried worse than thread. Amber went south for 3,000 years and silver came north. And a figure is lighter than I that a figure can ride in a sailor's head, on a bride's hem, in a market bundle, and what could be more portable than a way of turning a hook? The coasts had been trading hands and habits since before either of her languages existed, and it would be stranger, truly, if nothing on this wall had ever made the trip. That was one sentence, and it was a good sentence, and it did not cover the left turn. So she built the second, 1,000 years of women on 2 coasts, hundreds of thousands of counting hands, and hands fall left or right the way coins do, and among so many coins two will always match, and finding the match meant nothing except that she, of all the people who might have walked this corridor, was the one carrying the other coin, which was not the cloth being uncanny, which was only arithmetic being patient. That sentence covered it. It took the second sentence, where the gull had taken half of one and the drone had taken 4 words, and somewhere under the lamp's fibrous nothing she noted, in the flat way she noted weather, that the price of these had gone up, and then the noting itself went where she put things, and she turned from the frame to the doorway at the corridor's end, and the not looking back, this once, was not easy. She did it anyway. She counted the door frame's panels going through, 1, 2, 3, 4, to give her eyes a job. The room beyond was the hall the whole house had been hiding. It ran up through 2 stories to a ceiling she took at first for vaulted and then saw was beamed, great soot-dark beams with the floor of a vanished upper story simply gone from between them, so the room wore its own skeleton overhead. Cabinets stood to twice her height along 3 walls, oak gone almost black, with shallow drawers in ranks of 40 and 50, each drawer with a brass pull and a brown label, and where there were no cabinets there were long oak tables, and on the tables, green lamps, 2 of them lit at the far end, and in the pooled light of the 2 lamps, with his back half to her, a man sat working at a tray. He did not turn at her heels on the boards, though the room reported them clearly. He sat narrow and still on a backless stool, in a grey cardigan gone at the elbows over a collar and tie, as though dressed for a faculty he had then decided not to attend, and his hands were in the tray, in soil. The tray was a wooden tray of dark earth, and his hands moved in it slowly, not searching the way you search a drawer but the way you read a page aloud to someone, left to right, patient, and as she crossed the room toward the lamps she watched the hands lift out of the black soil a thing the size of a thumbnail, turn it once, and set it on a white cloth at the tray's rim, where 7 or 8 of its kind already lay in a row, dark and shapeless to her at this distance, with the exact spacing of words in a sentence. She stopped at the conventional distance, the supplicant's distance, 2 meters off across the corner of his table, and held up Birdman's card, and said the sentence she had built on the bridges and pruned in the corridor, in the state tongue slowly, the grammar laid like flagstones, that she was sent from the academy, under the agreement for the method's credit. The hard parts of it came out right. She had the card at eye level the whole time, facing him, the typed name doing its work so her mouth would not have to. The hands stopped in the soil. For a moment that was all that happened, the hands stopping, the way machinery stops, and then he turned on the stool, and she revised, in the first second of his face, most of what 9 days of not asking anyone had let her sketch. He was not old. Grey at the temples, and the rest going iron, but the face under it was a fit 50 or less, weathered the way fieldwork weathers a face, with no spare flesh in it anywhere, and the eyes that came up from the card to her face and back down to the card were a grey gone blue or a blue gone grey, lamp-coloured, and they read the card at 2 meters without asking to hold it twice, and then read her once. The whole figure of her, coat to boots, in the time another person spends on a handshake, not insolent, not curious, taxonomic, a reading she recognized because she had grown up among people who looked at things that way, though never at her, and then he said, in the state tongue, with no register shifted for the foreigner, 4 words. "No one is sent." "I was sent," she said. That sat in a room a while. The lamps did their fibrous nothing. Up among the beams something settled, a tick of old wood, the house's own punctuation. He looked at the card again, the 3rd reading, and she saw she was watching his face the way she had read the corridor. She could not help either, that the agreement was not news to him. There was no surprise to manage. There was something drier and older than surprise, the look of a man finding that a thing he had filed decades ago under never had stood up out of its drawer and walked in. Not alarm, an audit. The world had submitted a correction and he was initialing it. Then the eyes came back up, and he asked her flatly why she did not have the credit, and she told him the discontinued course, the line nobody struck, the rule pointing at the empty room, in her flagstone grammar, and he listened without once helping her over a word, which after 2 months of the whole town laying its sentences down for her like steps was so unexpected that it landed, absurdly, as a courtesy. When she finished he was silent for a moment. Then he stood, without hurry, a narrow man no taller than her own father had been, took up the nearer lamp by its base, carried it 3 meters down the long table, and set it where its light fell on a thing lying there alone on white cloth. He looked at her once, which she took correctly as the instruction it was, and she came around the table's corner and stood at the edge of the light. It was a band of weaving, 1/2 meter of it, frayed dead at both ends, wool on linen, the rust red and the black, and it had been in the ground. The ground was still in it, in the thread, a darkness the washing it had been given had only argued with. The figure on it was nothing of her grandmother's, a plainer thing, a stepped diamond walking the band between 2 closed rims, and she gave it the seconds it asked and stood with her hands at her sides, near a table covered in lamplit grave goods, in a hall like a brick church, with the man's lamp-colored eyes not on the band at all, on her. "What is it?" he said, not a question by its music. A door held open. "A woven band," she said, in the state tongue, a good slow student. "Wool on linen. 2 colors. A border." She gave it the words a lecture room would want and felt him not take them, the way you feel a coin refused, and the silence after them was not an end silence but a waiting one, and she understood, with a clarity that had no comfort in it, that the credit, the agreement, the typed card in the case by the door, the whole paper apparatus that had carried her here, was at this moment worth nothing, and that what was being weighed at this table was whether she would be allowed to exist in this room, and that the lecture room words had weighed nothing. So she looked again. She let the eye go. It had been straining at the leash since the corridor, and she let it go the one length further, telling herself, in the same breath, that this much was only cleverness, that any sharp-eyed student of images might see it, that it gave away nothing of where the sharpness had been trained. "There is a mistake in the count," she said. "Here." She did not touch it. She held her finger a coin's thickness off the thread, where the stepped diamond's left shoulder went 5 when the figure's grammar said 4. "And here. And here." Down the band, shoulder after shoulder, every repeat. The same mistake, the same place, every figure, the whole length. "A careless weaver," he said to the band. "A careless weaver makes different mistakes," she said. "The same mistake, every time, in the same thread, is not careless." She counted 4 everywhere else. She could count. "It is on purpose." And then she stopped, because the next sentence had been standing in her mouth with its coat on. "It is left open so that," and she shut the door on it so hard that the silence afterward rang. The lamps fizzed. Up in the beams the old wood ticked once more. The man had gone very still, not the stillness of a person thinking but the other one, the stillness of a person placing something, and the lamp-colored eyes came off the band and rested on her, and he asked, in the flat tone in which everything in this country was asked, the question she had walked into. Why would she do it on purpose? "I don't know," said Mariella. It came out level. It came out at the right speed, with the right small shrug, the student's honest shallows. "I can see that it's deliberate. Don't ask me what peasants think," a perfectly weighted little lie, and she heard it land, and could not tell, in the green light, whether it had held. His face did nothing. That in itself she filed. His face did nothing the way Bergman's jokes waited for nothing, the North's economy. He looked at her for a moment longer, taxonomic again, but the taxonomy revised. She could feel the entry being rewritten even if she could not read the new wording, and then he turned away, the audit complete, and the verdict, when it came, was administrative. "Tuesdays and Thursdays," he said, walking the lamp back to its station by the sid tray. "These hours. You will wash what I give you to wash, and number what I give you to number, and write the labels I dictate, and you will touch nothing I have not put in front of you." He sat back down on the backless stool and his hands went into the soil again, left to right, the audience evaporating around her so completely that the next words arrived as if from a man alone in the room. "The university will have its signature. Bring an apron. The earth does not come out of wool." She stood a moment, in case there was more. There was not. The hands read the soil. The small dark words came up one at a time and were set on the white margin in their sentence. The lamps fizzed. She said the word for thank you, which she could say, and he did not say it back at all. Not Bergman's same word, different thing, nothing, and somehow out of all the evening, that was the thing that told her most plainly what she had been admitted to, a room where things were said once if they were true and not at all if they were not, and she walked back down the hall with her heels going loud on the boards and the skeleton ceiling above her and the cabinets standing their black ranks, and into the corridor. She walked it at an even pace, through the pools of green and the dark water between, the same heels, the same quiet, loud quiet. The dead linen lay closed behind its glass on either side of her, 30 fastened doors, and at the third frame from the entrance she kept her eyes on the far end of the corridor and her count on the doorframe panels waiting there, and her feet did not slow, and that was the second time in one evening, and she knew the count was a crutch and used it anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, and was through, and the great black door let her out into the white. The fog had thinned while the house had her. It was unraveling off the streets the way it had come, back down into the low places, the lamps reclaiming their distances one by one, and by the river it was no more than a stroll along the water, and she did not look at the second bridge's middle pier as she crossed, or rather she looked the way you look at everything when you have decided to look at nothing in particular, and the white along the water was moving or one way, downstream pole, and she let that be seen and filed and did not go to the railing to make sure of it. The walk home assembled the city in the old generous arithmetic, a lamp, the post under it, a cat where the dog should have been, a wall. She bought cigarettes at the kiosk that kept late hours from the man who had stopped raising his eyebrows at her weeks ago, the rough local ones, her brand now by every measure that counts, and smoked the first of them on the last bridge with her elbows on the iron. Her credit problem was solved. That was the evening's content, told flatly, and she practiced telling it flatly because it would need telling. A class, evenings, twice a week, washing and numbering for a chair at the university, the paper fed, the hole in the floor boarded over. Marta would call it a SWAT's confession. Eva would narrow her eyes for 1 second at which professor and be carried off by the table before the second. Stefan would offer to walk her there some evening, and be overruled by himself. It would all go through on the nod, the way her southern credits had gone through on the nod, and the term would hold her weight again. That was the whole of it. That was what had happened. In her room the lamp across the square burned in its window, and the plane tree stood in the last rags of the fog with its leaves still on, and she hung her coat and put Bergman's card, its work done, into the table drawer, and the drawer gave her, in passing, the white edges of the 3 blank cards squared in their corner, and she looked at them for the time it takes a drawer to close, which is the time she had budgeted for them, and closed it. The rhythm would not come due again for most of 2 weeks. The arithmetic could wait in the dark with the spent southern packets. It was good at waiting. It had nothing else to be good at. On the table the broken cloth lay flat under the lamp where it always lay, the pattern running its 2/3 and stopping, the thread trailing off the unfinished figure the way it had trailed for 3 months and 1,000 kilometers. She sat down at the square window with her cigarette and did not look at it especially. Above the bed the 4 closed cloths hung in their row, dark in the lamp shadow, the third from the left keeping whatever it kept, turning its small hooks the way it turned them against the sun, because that is the way it goes. And she smoked and looked out at the square, at the too big tree and the lifted cobbles and the one lit window of someone who had stopped minding the hour and put the evening away the way you put a thing on a high shelf, with both hands, carefully, and did not stand looking up at where she had put it. Tuesday, she thought, bring an apron. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 5. The Hours. The apron was the first problem, and the last easy one. She had assumed, walking home from the corridor with the instruction in her pocket, bring an apron, the earth does not come out of wool, that an apron was a thing a city handed you the way it handed you cigarettes and cheese, and she was wrong by most of a week. The shops of Marienwerde sold aprons the way they sold everything, which was as though the request were slightly improper and would be met this once, but the aprons they met it with were household aprons, kitchen goods, and after 4 shops and one comprehensive misunderstanding involving the word for smock, which it turned out shared a root with the word for a kind of fish, she stood at a counter holding the only apron in the old town that would cover her from collar to knee, and it was printed all over with small blue flowers. There was no other. The shopwoman, who had watched her work down the rack twice, said something kind and final in the tone the whole town used for kind and final things, and Mariella paid, and on Tuesday at 6 she walked the green corridor with her eyes on the doorframe at its end, counting the panels out of habit now rather than need, or so she filed it, and came into the hall and put on, over her good dark clothes, in that brick church of a room with its skeleton ceiling and its black ranks of cabinets, a garden of small blue flowers. He looked at it once. Whatever happened behind the lamp-coloured eyes lasted half a second and produced nothing, no remark, not the flicker that precedes a remark, and he turned to the long table and the evening's work, and the apron entered the room's law the way everything entered it, said once if true, said never otherwise, and the apron was true. She wore it every Tuesday and every Thursday after that. It was the brightest thing in the building by some margin, brighter than the lamps. Once, much later, reaching across her for a tray, he steadied it with one finger an inch from a printed flower, the way you touch a label, and said nothing, and she counted that, by the standards of the house, as practically conversation. The work was washing, to begin with, exactly as promised. There was a zinc tub at the tables and nearest the small iron stove, and a copper of water that warmed on the stove all evening, and crates that came down from upstairs one at a time, packed in wood straw, stenciled with a site name and a year, and inside the crates, in nests of yellowed newspaper a decade old, the broken dishware of the dead, sherds, rim pieces and bases and body pieces, grey and black, and here and there a burnished red-brown, all of it wearing its grave field still, the dirt dried into every pore and crack, and her work was to give them back, one at a time, to water. He showed her once. That was his way with everything, she learned, one demonstration complete, at working speed, no theory attached, and then the thing was hers and he did not watch her do it. Soft brush, with the curve of the vessel, never across it. The water did the work, and the brush agreed with the water, and if anything on the surface lifted or feathered she was to stop and set the piece on the rack and say so. The first evening her fingers were dead white and pulped from the wrist down by 9 o'clock, and she had washed what looked, on the rack, like one modest broken supper. He inspected the rack on his way past, at the end, with the lamp held over it, and said the word that meant adequate, which she would learn was the room's entire vocabulary of praise, and the second pole of its criticism being silence, and went to put the lamps out. After the washing, when her hands had learned it, came the numbering, which she was better at than anyone had a right to expect, and which she was careful to be only somewhat good at quickly. A strip of clear lacquer laid on the clean sherd, thin, in a place that told no one anything, the number in black ink on the dried lacquer. In a small upright hand he had shown her once on a scrap, a second strip of lacquer over the ink, sealing it in, so that the number rode the sherd the way an insect rode amber, present, preserved, removable by those who knew how and indelible to everyone else. Her hand took to the little brush and the fine pen at once. Of course it did. Her hand had spent its childhood being wrapped into exactly this kind of smallness and steadiness. Thread counting, not tying, the long discipline of work done at the scale of a fingernail, and she watched her own first numbers go down neat as type and made the next several slightly worse on purpose, a clumsiness budgeted and spent, and then let herself improve at a student's honest rate over the weeks. If he noticed the shape of that curve, he said nothing. He said nothing about most things. In 5 weeks he asked her not one question that was not the width of the table, finished, dry, legible, and after a life among people whose questions had hooks in every one of them, she found the not asking landed, like his refusal to slow his sentences, as a kind of courtesy. The whole town did not ask. She had thought, in her first weeks, that the not asking was indifference. She was beginning to think it was the local form of tact, or the local form of something that had no southern name, manners built for a country where everyone had exactly one thing they would rather not be asked. The labels were the language lesson nobody was giving on purpose. When a crate was washed and numbered, it was catalogued, and the cataloguing was dictation. He at his end of the long table with the fine book open, she at hers with a stack of ruled cards, and his voice laying out, flat and even and unrepeated, the words she was to write. Site, grave number, depth, the object's name, its material, its state. He spelled what she could not spell, without being asked and without impatience. The letters dropped one at a time like coins counted out, and her vocabulary in the state tongue, which had been a kitchen and a street, grew a second wing that autumn, a wing with bone in it, and bronze, and birch bark, pin, or urn, bead, the word for a clasp shaped like a crossbow, and the word for the green disease that bronze dies of. She wrote the dead's inventory in a slow, clean foreign hand, evening after evening, and somewhere in the 4th week she noticed that she had begun to think a few of these words rather than translate them, that now arrived in her head wearing its northern sound, and she filed the noticing where she filed things, in the drawer that did not get looked into. The cabinet labels were older than the dictation, and they were the thing in the hall she had decided not to be interested in. The black oak cabinets carried their drawers in ranks, and every drawer its brown paper label in a copperplate hand from before the war, before several wars, and the labels gave site names she was coming to know from the crates. The German names, solid and buttoned, and on the oldest labels, beneath the German, bracketed, in a fainter ink, a second name. Another spelling system entirely. Words with their consonants in the wrong places, doubled where doubling helped nothing, a language that looked, on paper, like a fence built by someone who had heard fences described. She had sounded one out, early on, under her breath at the cabinet face while he was upstairs, and the sound it made was like nothing at all, not the state tongue, not anything the state tongue was cousin to, not anything her tongue was cousin to either, a sound from off every map she had, and she had filed that too with its companions, and did not sound out any more of them. The drawers had 2 names the way the town probably had 2 names, the way half the things in this country probably wore one name buttoned over another, and it was not her business, and the fence language on the old labels stood there at the edge of every evening, unread, keeping whatever it kept. He went up the stair often, and was sometimes gone an hour. The house above was his to be gone into. She never saw past the first landing. Below, the hall ticked and fizzed and held its temperature, and she washed, or numbered, or squared her cards, alone with the lamps and the cabinets and the corridor's framed linen waiting off in the dark of the doorway, and she found this was the thing she would not have told the others even if telling had been her habit, that she liked it. The liking arrived in the 3rd week and did not leave. It was the liking of a workshop, of materials and small skills and a long table. It was the liking of a room where no one wanted anything from her except the next clean number, and it was something else under those that she did not itemize, and the not itemizing was, by then, a skill she no longer noticed herself using. The loud thing took 5 weeks to notice, which by its own standards was vigilance. She had missed the cellar twice, and the film club once, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, with the dull true excuse, and the dull true excuse had gone through on the nod exactly as she had rehearsed it. But the loud thing kept books even so, somewhere, in the way of loud things, and on a Sunday morning in the 6th week the books were audited. She was at the table at the square window, drinking yesterday's coffee warmed up, when Frau Pohl knocked itself an event, the house's law being that the stairs announced everyone better than Knuckles could, and stood in the doorway in the bruise-coloured housecoat with an expression Mariella had never seen on her. Alarm and occasion fused into one, and said, "There are persons." There were. Eva came up the stairs first, with a paper bag of ground coffee in one hand and her cigarettes in the other, talking before her head cleared the banister in the state tongue, and then, hitting the doorway, in her gleeful brutalized southern, "Good morning, signorina, we have decided you are not dead, congratulations," and behind her, claiming with one voice to have coordinated nothing, came Marta and Stefan with a white box of pastries from the bakery by the fish market, the box already breathing warmth and cinnamon through its string. The room had never held 4 people. It held 4 people and was instantly a different room, smaller and much warmer, everyone's coats on the bed under the row of dark cloths, Marta opening the wardrobe uninvited and pronouncing it rentable, a wardrobe with prospects, better plumbing than her own street, Stefan folded onto the window chair with his knees somewhere near his chin, enormous and apologetic and pink with the pleasure of having been brought along, Eva taking the lace cloth off the Bakelite telephone, lifting the receiver, listening to the long patient tone with the expression of a doctor at a healthy chest, and putting it back as though she'd confirmed something about Mariella's character. Frau Pohl was given a pastry. This was Marta's doing, executed with the speed of a person who understood landladies as a class, and it worked the way bread works on weather gods. The old woman stood in the doorway eating it in small fierce bites, watching the young people fill her lodger's room, and what she radiated under the scandal was a kind of grim vindication, as though she had always said the South would lead to exactly this and was pleased to be right on a morning when it smelled of cinnamon. The interrogation, when it came sideways, which was Eva's method. Coffee made on the spirit ring, cigarettes lit, the square below the window inspected and found wanting, and then, into a lull, without looking up from her cup. So, the class. The methods class, Mariella said, Tuesdays and Thursdays. I wash broken dishes for the university and they give the academy a paper about it. At the university. At the field archive, on University Street. It was Stefan who reacted, and his reaction was to sit up so fast the window chair grieved aloud. The field archive, he said. Ornates. And there it was, said. 5 weeks of evenings, a typed card behind dusty glass, a name practiced at a window and lost by every morning until she had given up the practicing, and now the name simply happened, in her own room, out of the easy mouth of a history student from somewhere west, 2 syllables closed with the small hard click she had never once produced, dropped into the air the way locals dropped all their impossible words, as if it cost nothing, because to them it cost nothing. She heard it land. It did not sound like what the card looked like. It was smaller than the card, and quicker, a stone skip where she had been trying to lay masonry, and she filed the sound of it with a care she kept off her face and said, yes, that one. The table, the bed, the chair, the windowsill, the room had become a table, went briefly into committee. Stefan had failed his seminar. This emerged at once and with the eagerness of a man producing credentials. 2 years ago, or 3, a semester of early Tuesdays in a lecture room with 9 enrolled and 4 attending an exam. He spoke of the way other people spoke of weather at sea. He never learned our names, Stefan said, with no rancor at all, with something nearer awe. A whole term. He called us by where we sat. 3rd row, the end, that was me. He looked, and here Stefan's big hands made a frame in the air, trying to be exact, because exactness clearly mattered to him about this. He looked at the wall above our heads when he lectured. The same place on the wall. All term, the same place, a little to the left of the clock. I used to turn around and look. There was nothing there. There was a clock, said Marta. In a lecture room? Luxury. They call him the ghost, Eva said to Mariella flatly, in the tone of a person handing over a fact with the price tag still on it. The students. Since forever. Because of the chair, said Marta. There was no chair, Eva said. There had, the room agreed, been something. The famous incident was produced and immediately fell apart in their hands, the way it apparently always did. A dean, some years ago, decades possibly, had said something at a meeting about an inscription, a grave inscription the faculty had published a reading of, a reading that was wrong, or that Warnate said was wrong, the dead spelled badly being in some way the heart of it, and a chair had been thrown, or a window broken. Marta had it as a chair from her supervisor, who claimed to have heard it through a wall. Eva's version, from a cousin in the registry, was a window, and not thrown but struck, one blow, flat-handed, cracked corner to corner like ice, and Stefan had heard, from someone whose authority he undermined even while citing him, that whatever was said had been said in Latin, which struck the room as the least plausible detail and therefore, by the logic of legends, the one most likely true. Nobody had been there. Everybody's source was a wall away from somebody who had. The story had the smooth-handled shape of a thing passed through many hands, and Mariella sat in the steam of her own coffee and listened to her professor being assembled out of hearsay in her bedroom, a chair, a window, a wrong reading, a spot on a wall above the heads of the living, and offered nothing to the pot, because what she had, the citray read left to right, the word adequate, the finger an inch from a printed flower, was not for the pot. Don't let him work you like a mule, Eva said, the committee adjourning as fast as it had sat. 1 second of the narrowed eyes, level over the cup's rim, the look that weighed sentences that came out of Mariella too smoothly. Then the eyes let her go, the way they always did, 1 second exactly, the price of being her friend and the whole of the price, and the morning slid off into pastry and slander of absent persons. They stayed 2 hours. They left the room smelling of smoke and cinnamon and the South's idea of coffee, and the bed's dark row of cloths had had coats on it all morning and kept their counsel under the coats, and when the stairs had finished with the last of them, Stefan's tread, like furniture being moved by someone apologizing to it, the room stood empty and rang quietly, the way a struck thing does, and Mariella washed the cups in the basin and found she was smiling at nothing, and let herself be. The walls came down on a Thursday in the 7th week, a small crate of them, grave 19 of a field whose German name she now knew like a tram stop and whose bracketed under name she had not sounded out. Spindle walls, she had known the word 3 weeks by then, in the northern sound. Little flywheels of fired clay, the weight that makes a spindle spin true, each one a fat disc or a doubled cone pierced through the middle, the size of a chestnut, and they had gone into the ground with their women the way swords went in with men, the tools of the dead hand laid by the dead hand, and they came up out of grave 19's newspaper nest one at a time into the lamplight, grey-brown, soil in the piercing, some of them with a thumbnail's worth of pattern combed into the clay before firing, lines and chevrons that her eye took in and let go, working, only working. She washed them in the zinc tub with the smallest brush. He sat at his end most of the evening over the fine book, and at some point rose without a word, as he did, and went up the stair for the next box, and his steps crossed the ceiling somewhere beyond the beams and faded into the house's interior distances, and the hall settled around her into its alone sound, the lamp's fibrous nothing, the stove's small iron arguments, the tick of old wood placing its words. She was numbering by then. 13 was drying on its lacquer. She set 14 down on the boards at her left while she loaded the pen, set it on its side, a doubled cone on its roll-in rim, the kind of small thoughtlessness a long evening manufactures, and 14 rolled. Nothing about the first part of it was wrong. A round thing on an old table rolls. The boards under that lamplight had 40 years of elbows in them and a geography all their own. The wall went from her hand in the slow curving arc a doubled cone describes, a hand span, to bending leftward as it travelled, with the small dry sound of clay on wood, toward the table's edge, and she watched it go the way you watch a dropped coin, already calculating the floor, and at the very rim where the next half-turn was ere it stopped, sat a chestnut of fired clay at the edge of a long table, the lamplight on its coned chevrons. And then it came back, along its own arc, the same bending path, retraced, the same dry small sound, unhurried, a thing rolling the way it had come, the way nothing rolls, back across the hand's spans, and into the faint ring of lacquer smell and lamplight where she had first set it down, and there it lapsed, rocked once on its rim, and was still. The pen was in her hand. The ink on the nib had not had time to thicken. That was the length of it, the whole event, a roll and a return inside, the drying of a drop of ink, and the hall went on around the stillness exactly as before. Lamps, stove, the ceiling, slow words, as though the table had said something brief in its own language and resumed its silence. She did not move for a moment. Then she listened, deliberately, for the tram, because the streets behind University Street carried one and its passing put a fine travel into every floor in the quarter, and a vibration will walk a round thing in strange ways. There was no tram. The night outside the courtyard window had the particular blanket quiet it had when nothing was moving in the quarter at all. So, the boards. Old boards sway and dish. A table like this one was a landscape, low places worn into it wherever 40 years of work had leaned. Round things go to the low places. That was all the event was, and if it had gone to a low place at the edge and then come back to a low place at the start, then there were two low places, or the board had shifted. Boards shift, wood lives. The whole house had been ticking all evening like a thing remembering. A beam lets go a hair's width somewhere and every plank downstream of it resettles, and a resettling plank will tip a chestnut of clay whichever way the new lie of the wood wants it. The house had moved. Things on the house had moved with it. She assembled this explanation with her eyes on the wall and found it adequate, the room's own word, adequate, and she took 14 up and did not lay it on its rolling rim again. She stood it on its end, flat side down, the way you stand atop before the twist, a posture from which nothing rolls anywhere, and she inked its number onto the lacquer in her small upright hand, 14, sealed it, and set it in the dun row with the others, end up, a little soldier, and numbered 15, and did not test the boards with a pencil or a coin or a level, though the hall owned all three and she knew the drawer. His steps came back down the stair with the new box. The dictation resumed within the quarter hour, sight and grave and depth, her cards filling in the clean, slow hand. Late in the evening, far down the crate, he lifted one wall from its nest and held it to the lamp longer than the others had earned, an ordinary-looking one to her eye, and said a word she did not know and was not asked to write, a word with its consonants in the wrong places, fence language. The label's undertongue said not the way you say a noun but the way you say a name, low, once, to the thing itself, and then he set it down with its sisters and gave her, for the card, the plain word in the state tongue, the one the fine book wanted, and the other word went nowhere, unwritten, off every card in the building, and she wrote what she was given and kept her eyes on her own hand, and the evening closed at 10 as the evenings closed, the lamps going out one green pool at a time. The corridor walked, the count counted, the white night air home. The fourth card fell due that same Thursday, and she knew the moment it fell due, because the rhythm Julia had set in her did not care what her hands were doing. It came up through her mid-dictation, between a grave number and a depth, the small soundless chime of the body's own calendar, a card, nothing written, every third week, surfacing in the green lamplight of another institution's evening, in the middle of the inventory of grave 19. And she finished the card she was writing without a tremor in the hand, bronze, fragmentary, green disease, and wrote the next, and the due thing waited in her the way it had learned it would have to. There was no sitting inside the choice this time. The sitting had been done. She had done it at the square window with the third card, named the wager and the flaw in the wager and the truth under both. And a thing decided every third week is not a decided thing at all. It is a wound kept open on a schedule, and she declined the schedule. At home past midnight, she took the fourth blank card from the stack and opened the drawer and laid it on the other three, squared, white, and shut the drawer on the four of them, 2 sentences worth of ceremony where the third had taken a night. 4 had a different weight than 3. She felt the difference the way you feel a coin added to a pocket, exactly that much and no more, and she let the weight alone, and went to bed in the room that still smelled faintly, days later, of cinnamon and her friend's tobacco, under the 4 closed cloths, with the broken 5th flat on the table keeping its 2/3 and its trailing thread, and slept without dreams she kept. On Tuesday the second lamp was lit when she came in. It stood at her end of the long table, hers by use now, the washing end, the numbering end, a green-shaded lamp from somewhere in the building's stores, older than the others if anything, its brass gone brown, and it was burning when she came down the corridor at 6, set her hands reach above where her work sat waiting, angled the way a lamp is angled by someone who has watched, without appearing to, exactly where another person's shadow falls across their task. He was at his own end with the fine book and the tray and did not look up, and nothing was said that evening or ever, because the room said things once if they were true, and the lamp was not a saying at all. It was a fact installed in her absence, and she hung her coat and put on the garden of small blue flowers and sat down in her own light. So the autumn went on the way the place liked things to go, one at a time. Tuesdays and Thursdays the green corridor and the numbers, the other evenings the loud thing, fries at midnight and the welded chairs and the ever-promoted insults, over it all the clear low gold, raking the brick every fine afternoon, lying along streets it had no reason to be kind to and being kind to them anyway. The city, which metered everything, had metered out to her a lamp of her own at the far end of someone else's table, and she took it the way she had learned to take what was handed her here, without asking why it had been given, and the not asking cost her nothing, or nothing she counted that evening. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 6. The Wool. The wool came up out of the east before the frost and reached the city on a Tuesday, in 3 crates with rope handles, and the first Mariella knew of it was the smell. The evenings had a shape by then. She rang, and the door was already off the latch, because on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 it was off the latch, a fact never stated, demonstrated once and then true forever, like everything in that house. She hung her coat on the 3rd hook, because the first 2 were his and the rest were nobody's, and took the flowered apron down from the nail where it lived between her visits, the only apron in the town and possibly the country, and tied it on, and went down the corridor of framed cloths without slowing, the panel count at its far end running by itself out of a habit she did not name, her eyes set on the door at the level a person keeps their eyes when there is nothing on either side worth their attention. She had got good at that walk. She did not examine what she had got good at. That Tuesday the hall did not smell of the hall. Its smell was dust and paraffin and the cold sweetness of old paper, a smell she had stopped receiving as a smell at all, and in its place that evening was ground, wet sacking, straw, the mineral breath of opened earth, the same breath the trench in the southern roadworks gave off, the same anywhere, she supposed, the smell of the underneath being aired. And below the ground smelled something older and animal, faint and grey and close, like a barn remembered rather than entered. The crates stood on the long table in the lamplight with their rope handles still damp. He had the lid off one already and was lifting out straw in handfuls and setting it in a basket with the unhurried thoroughness he set everything anywhere, and he did not look up, and he said, "Wash your hands twice," which was that house's whole vocabulary of good evening, and she went and washed them twice. What was in the crates, under the straw, in parcels of oilcloth tied with string, was wool. Cloth. Gravecloth, out of the autumn diggings in the east. The season's last crates got up and got in before the ground out there shut for the winter, and he undid the first parcel himself, at working speed, while she stood with her twice-washed hands held away from her sides like a surgeon and watched, and the oilcloth opened, and inside it was a folded dark cloth the size of a folded shirt, and the folds were not folds anyone in the room had made. They had been folds a long time. They had gone past being a way the cloth was arranged and become a thing the cloth now was, creases with the color of the ground driven into their valleys, and he did not shake it out, as any person alive would have shaken it, but turned it on the boards until he had found something along one edge that satisfied him, and opened it the way you open a door, fold by fold in an order, and laid it flat, and there it lay. Dark wool, brown-black with the earth still in its breath, and across it in bands a pattern picked out in a paler thread, hooks and combs and small closed figures marching in rows, dirty sodden along one side, intact. She looked at it exactly as long as a student would look at it, and then looked at him for instructions, and her hands stayed at her sides, and what it cost her to keep them there did not show, because she had been keeping things from showing since long before this town sold her its one apron, and the cost went on to the evening's account where she put things now, and the account was a thing she did not add up. The instructions were a new law, recited once. Clay had been one country, this was another. No lacquer, ever, on wool. No soap. The rainwater from the butt in the yard, warmed on the spirit stove to the blood heat of a hand and no hotter, and the long shower basin, and the cloths went into the water laid on a net and came out laid on the net, lifted always by the net and never by themselves, because wet wool that old held together out of memory rather than strength and would come apart in your fingers like bread. They dried flat on the netting frames he brought out from behind the cabinets, never hung, never near the stove, never in the sun, and they were numbered not in ink on the thing itself but on a strip of linen tape, written in pencil first and sewn after, 2 stitches at one corner, through the backing net and never through the cloth. "You sew," he said. Not a question. The town had decided some things about her on sight, and some of them were even true. "A little," she said, in the state tongue which kept her sentences honest by keeping them small. He gave her the needle and the tape and the soft white thread and the second crate, and took the field books to the far end of the table under his own lamp, and that was the evening, the straw, the string, the oilcloth, the slow opening of doors that had been shut since before any calendar she trusted, and the warm rainwater, and the cloths going down into the basin one at a time and lying there darkening like things returning to a previous condition, and coming up on the net heavier than wet cloth has any right to be, the ground letting go of them in a brown smoke that sank, and the frames filling, one cloth at a time, along the trestles by the wall. Her hands knew all of it. That was the trouble. Clay had been safe precisely because her hands were foreigners in it. A sherd was a sherd, she could be taught to hold one, could improve at the holding at a student's honest rate, could earn her one adequate a fortnight without once dipping into the other thing, the trained thing, the thing she had carried north folded smaller than any cloth in any crate. But wool was her first language. Her fingers had opinions about wool. Left to themselves, they would have taken a fold from the closed side without being told, would have read the cloth's weight and known where it was rotten before lifting, would have sewn 2 stitches so small and so true that a man who noticed everything would have had something to notice. So she spent the evening governing her own hands like a rider on a horse that knows the way home, and she opened the first parcel from the wrong corner deliberately, and was corrected from the closed side once, without weight, never again, and she sewed her tags in big honest schoolgirl stitches, 4 where 2 would do, and asked one question she knew the answer to, about the water, and got the answer she knew. The clumsiness was a coin and she counted it out coin by coin. By the end of the evening she had improved very slightly, at the rate an attentive student improves, and adequate, he said, at the door, looking at her last tag, and the word did what the word did in that room, which was everything any word was going to do. In between, there was the dictation. He had her write the labels as before, her pencil following his voice, and the words that came down the table that evening were the state tongue's words for warp and weft, for selvage, for fringe and band, and the count of threads to the finger's width, and she wrote them in her careful foreign hand and learned them like a vocabulary list, words for the parts of cloth, arriving in her mouth last of all her languages. Her hands had owned every one of those words for 20 years. The words themselves she had first heard across a courtyard with pins in someone's mouth. Now they came back to her dressed in the cold tongue, one at a time, dictated by a stranger across a table of graves, and she copied them down as if they were new, and in the cold tongue, she told herself, they were. The off thing, that first evening of the wool, was small and stayed small. The first cloth he had opened lay drying on its frame nearest the lamps, and as the evening went on it dried the way cloth dries, from the edges in, going pale as the water left it, except that it went pale only in its plain ground. The dark dried first and the figures stayed wet. By the time she put her coat on, the cloth lay there the colour of dry earth all over, and across it, still sodden, still dark, the rows of hooks and combs stood out wet on a dry cloth, the pattern holding its water like a thing refusing to be done with it, every figure exact, as if someone had just that minute painted the design on in river water. She stood a moment with her coat half on. Then her grandmother's yard arrived, and asked, the lines strung wall to wall in the white afternoon, the washed cloths hanging in rows, and the patterns drying last there too, always, the dyed thread drinking deepest and letting go slowest, so that all down the line the figures had stood wet and dark on the dry ground exactly like this, and she had run her finger along one once and been slapped for it, lightly, on principle. The dye held the water. That was all this was. Wool she had known her whole life doing the thing wool did. The memory came, did its work, and went, on its own feet, costing nothing, and she buttoned her coat and said good night and did not stand around asking why some of what her grandmother had left her could walk in and out of her like that, free, while one other thing could not. The paper came on the Thursday. Each crate, it turned out, travelled with its own small archive, a field book, an envelope of photographs, and a block of ruled provenance cards held in a rubber band that had perished on the journey and broke at a touch, which he noted, and threw away, and replaced from a drawer that held, as far as she could see, 50 years of rubber bands. The field books were the kind of object that made her want to be careful in a way no one had asked her to be, narrow notebooks with oilskin covers, warped by rain into a permanent slight cupping, the pencil inside gone silver, the pages dense with a fast, exact hand and small drawings, the trench in section, a fold of cloth in situ, a pin, a thing she had no word for in any of her tongues. The photographs were grey and matte and curling, and showed the diggings, a flat field under a flat sky, string grids pegged out over opened ground, a trench with a man kneeling in it, spoil heaps, a horse and cart at a field edge, a row of dark folded shapes laid out on boards like a catch of fish. Working prints, made for the record, of different days, the light changed print to print, the trench deepened, the string grid marched, and she went through them in order, matching them to the field book's dates, as instructed, and writing the numbers on the backs in soft pencil, as instructed. In every photograph there was a man with his back turned. Not the same pose, the same man, at the left edge, mostly, once nearly central, behind the trench, once far off by the cart. A heavy coat, the same heavy coat in October light and in what looked like the flat shine after rain, a cap, a back. Every other figure in the prints did what figures in working photographs do, knelt, pointed, squinted at the camera, leaned on a spade and was caught mid-word, and this one, in 9 prints of 6 different days, was turned away in all of them, every time, to the same degree, as if the photographs had been taken around him, or as if he had a sense for the shutter the way some people have a sense for being watched. She laid the 9 prints out in 2 rows and looked at them longer than the numbering needed. Then she gathered them up. There was one in every village, she told herself, one who would not be photographed, who turned from cameras as a settled policy, out of vanity or faith or an old trouble with the law, and a digging crew was a village, and this was theirs. He carried the boards, she decided. He minded the boards and he minded the camera, and his face belonged to him, and he had kept it through 6 days and 9 photographs, which in her experience of being recorded was a kind of genius. She found, filing him, that she liked him better than anyone else in the prints. She did not put that on the back in soft pencil. It was the crate lids that set the question standing up in her, finally, after it had been kneeling for a week. Each lid was stenciled in black with the name of the parish the crates had come out of, a long state-tongue name, church-flavoured, a saint folded into it somewhere, and under the parish name, in smaller letters, in brackets, was the other name. The undername, the same arrangement as the cabinet drawers had worn since before her time there, the surface name riding above and the bracketed one below, in the fence language, all consonants in the wrong places, and she had been not reading the bracketed names for weeks the way she had been not counting the corridor as a discipline, and the discipline held. But the question the brackets kept asking was not, in the end, about the brackets. It was simpler and lower than that, and it had been growing all the season under the washing and the numbering and the 9 grey prints, and it was, where? Where in the world was the flat field under the flat sky? Where did the ground open? Where had this cloth lain folded while her grandmother's hands and her grandmother's grandmother's hands made its cousins 2,000 kilometers south? And what kind of place gave a thing like this up to a horse and cart and a slow train and a Tuesday? Questions, in that room, had a width, and the width was the table. What is this called? Is this side the face? Does the number go here? Anything wider did not get refused. Refusal would have been a kind of engagement. It simply found no surface to land on, and the asker was left holding it while the work went on, and she had watched a junior assistant from the university learn this once, in the early weeks, in real time, and had taken the lesson at one remove, which was the cheap way to take it. So she had kept to the table's width all autumn. The question she asked that Thursday was wider than the table, and she asked it anyway, plainly, because her state tongue had no other register, with her hand flat on the boards beside the 9th photograph and not on it. Where does this come from? He finished the line he was writing. He set the pencil down across the field book to keep his place, which she had never once seen him do, and looked at the photograph beside her hand, and then he answered her. It was the longest answer the room had ever given anyone in her hearing, and every word of it was the width of the ground. The parish lay east, he said, 2 hours on the slow train and then a further hour by road if the road was dry. The land had been marsh within living memory, drained between the wars, dike and ditch and pump house, and was pasture now, flat as a table, and the grey field lay under the pasture and had announced itself the way the old ground always announced itself, which was nettles. Nettles stood up greener and taller over disturbed earth and dunged earth and buried earth, and a square of rank nettles in a flat clean pasture was worth more than any map. The farmer's plough brought up the green every few years, he said, the green disease, bronze, a pin or a ring turned up in the furrow, and the farmers then knew to stop, and sent word, and the diggings went out in the autumns, after the harvest and before the frost, because in the spring the water table stood too high and the summer belonged to the hay. The cloth survived where the ground was wet and sour and hostile to everything that ate wool, which was nearly everything. The same water that fought the diggers kept the cloth. The field books recorded the ground. The church books, where they survived, recorded the parish births and burials in the surface tongue back 2 centuries, and then a wall of fire, a church burnt with its registers in some old trouble he dated by neither side nor cause, and past the wall there was only the ground itself, which kept its own register, he said, in its own order, and was the more reliable of the two although the slower to read. Somewhere in the middle of all this he called the place by its bracketed name. Once, not as a flourish and not as a lesson, it came up in the course of the drainage, the name the road menders and the farmers used, the name the place answered to from inside, and he said it the easy local way, the way Stefan had said the surname, a thing his mouth had owned for years, and went straight on into the pump house and the water table without a beat. The name went by her like a stone dropped past a window. She did not reach for it. She had a policy now about words of that kind, arrived at in front of a spindle and never written down, even inside her own head, and the policy was that she did not handle them, and she watched this one go all the way down and land somewhere on the pile where the other one lay, the unwritten pile, the pile that was not getting smaller, and she kept her eyes on the photograph and let it lie. At the end he stopped where the askable stopped. He had answered the question and then the questions her question had been carrying, in order, like a man going through a tray, the place, the ground, the water, the seasons of the work, the registers, and at the edge of the tray he simply ceased, picked the pencil up off the field book, and resumed his line in the middle of its word, and the room went back to its 2 lamps and its water. And she stood with the next question already on its feet behind the answered one. Not where. The other one, the one shaped like how does a man come to read ground like a ledger, with a darker one folded inside it that she did not allow as far as shape. It stood there. She felt the size of it. Then she sat it back down, not out of fear, she told herself, but out of order, 1 credit at a time, 1 tag at a time. That was the house's law and it could be hers, and she took the cards across to the lamp, her lamp, the one that was lit at her end before she ever arrived, and wrote the parish onto the first card in the surface tongue, the church name, the saint's name, the name the cards took. The cards took the church name. The other one was not for paper. Nobody had told her that. It was simply true in that room, the way the 3rd hook was hers, and she filed the truth where she filed everything now, and worked until the lamps went out 1 green poo at a time at 10, as the evenings closed, and walked home down the corridor at eye level, the count counting itself, in the long gold evening that lay on the street outside as it had lain every evening since she came, kindly, on a town that had done nothing to earn it. The other evenings belonged to the loud thing, and the loud thing was loud that week. It was the student bar, the underground one, black-walled, where the music came out of a speaker the size of a coffin and the vodka came in glasses washed to a theory of cleanliness, and the table was theirs by ancient right of always sitting at it, ever against the wall where she could see the door, Marta opposite, Stefan at the end where his knees fit, Thomas and Kevin shifts. Mariella arrived late from the archive with the cold of the street still on her coat, and the seat beside Stefan was empty because it was always empty by the time she came, a fact he produced weekly and never once referred to, and she sat in it and was handed a glass and shouted at affectionately in 2 languages, and the evening closed over her like water she knew the temperature of. The dull version of her Tuesdays and Thursdays ran on rails by now. A class, in effect, a credit, washing and numbering for the university collection pots. She had built the version in September plank by plank, and maintained it since the way the town maintained things, with small regular attentions, and the word in it that did the most work was pots. Pots were perfect. Pots were boring in every language. Marta, who had spent the autumn hunting the country's death customs through 3 libraries and an old woman in the market who would talk for the price of herring, Marta would have crossed the table on her hands for 1 true sentence about what actually lay drying on netting frames 2 streets east, gravecloth out of the wet ground with its figures standing in rows, and Mariella, who had that sentence and 100 behind it, passed her the mustard instead and asked about the old woman, and Marta talked for half an hour brilliantly about burial money and the feeding of the dead, while Mariella nodded and smoked and kept her thumb away from her fingers and gave her friend, who wanted exactly this one thing, none of it. The version held. It was holding better all the time. She noted, the way she noted the count of her own clumsiness, that the maintenance had become nearly free, and put the noting where the notings went. Once, in the crush of coats at the end, Eva picked something off Mariella's shoulder. A thread of grey wool, a few centimeters of it, old and dull and unmistakably not from anything Mariella owned. Eva rolled it between two fingers, looked at it under the bad light, looked at Mariella with the door-watching eyes for exactly 1 second, said "Pots" with no question mark anywhere in it, and laid the thread in the ashtray, and turned to fight Thomas for her scarf. That was all. Nothing followed it, and nothing was going to follow it that night, and Mariella laughed at the right moment at the scarf, and the laugh was fine. And the breath she had not taken she took a few seconds later on the stairs where the cold covered it. She walked home the long way, because the long way had become the way. The streets had their night population out, 2 cats on a wall conducting their cold war, a lit window arguing politics with itself, the smell of somebody's coal. At the corner where the boulevard crossed, a tram went by. It was lit end to end, every seat showing, yellow and warm and entirely empty, not one passenger down all its length, the driver a shadow in the front of it, and it went past her at full size and full light, carrying its warmth and its 40 empty seats away up the boulevard toward the depot or toward nothing, a whole bright room traveling through the dark with nobody in it. The last service ran whether anyone rode it, she told herself, watching its light go. Of course it did. The town ran the tram for the same reason the town watered Frau Bergmann's dead plant and polished the brass on the doors no one came to, because stopping was a decision, and the town did not make decisions, it made rounds. She had it explained before the tram was out of sight, and the explanation was even true, and she stood a moment longer anyway at the dark corner, looking after a lit and empty thing going somewhere on schedule, and then walked on, in her one shadow, home. The 5th card came due in the night after the 2nd crate was empty, and she knew it the way she always knew it, by the pulse and not the calendar, waking at no hour to the small fact of it standing in the room. She got up, took a blank card from the stack, sat with it the length of 1 cigarette, and put it in the drawer with the other 4, and that was the whole ceremony. 4 had been given 2 sentences and 5 got 1, and she registered the shrinkage, and what shrinkage might mean in a thing that was supposed to be a wound kept open on a schedule, and let the registration stand without comment, which was itself the comment. What she did notice, sitting in the dark with the drawer shut, was the bookkeeping. The wall had come up the week of the 4th card. The photographs were the 5th. She had caught herself dating the autumn that way for some time now by the cards, in units of 3 weeks, the order's own meter ticking along under the ordinary life like a pipe under a floor, and there was something in that worth 1 clause and no more, that she had refused to send the heartbeat and kept the heart, that a rhythm drilled into her in a back room 2,000 kilometers south now told her, accurately, free of charge, what week it was. A leash declined is not a leash unlearned. She put the clause down next to the others and did not build anything out of it. Across the square, that night, the lamp was dark. The lamp in the facing house, the one that burned in daylight, the room where someone had stopped noticing the time. It had burned every night and every day since her first morning in the city, a fixed star of the square, the thing her window looked at the way her other window looked at the boat that never moved. And tonight the window was dark, just dark, a black pane among black panes, no different now from its neighbors, which was exactly the wrongness. It had spent 4 months being different, and the square without it had a hole in it the size of 1 lit room. She stood at her own window longer than the cold liked, minding it. minding it more than she could have justified out loud. It was a light bulb in a stranger's room in a town of strangers, and the next evening it was burning again, as it always burned, and that was that. A bulb had died and a bulb had been changed, the most ordinary sentence in the world. Somebody had gone into the room where someone had stopped noticing the time, and noticed it, and stood on a chair. She decided the sentence ended there. The light was back, the square was whole, the rest of that thought belonged to the pile of things she did not handle, and she was getting a great deal of practice with that pile, and the practice, she noticed once and briefly, was the one skill in her life just now that was improving at its honest rate. In bed, in the dark, with the foreclosed cloths hanging over her head and the broken fifth flat under the lamp across the room, exactly where it had lain since the first week, untouched, unanswered, her hands began to work. She caught them at it, the thumb moving against the first two fingers, small and regular, the old motion, the one that meant there was thread in them, except there was no thread in them. There had been no thread in them for 3 lost months and 1,000 kilometers, and they had started up on their own in the dark like the tram running its empty route. All evening they had been governed. All autumn they had been governed, fed clay, taught clumsiness, paid in tags and rationed praise, and now, off the clock, they were doing the work anyway, on nothing, for nobody, at their real speed. She brought the hand up and looked at the shape of it against the lesser dark of the window, and then she put it flat under the pillow, palm down, and held it there the way you hold a thing still that you intend to keep, and lay listening to the square. Somewhere below, the plane tree let go of a leaf or two, the boat in the slot of water did not move, the lamp across the way burned at its old post, keeping the time nobody kept. Thursday was 2 days off. The third crate stood under the long table, still roped, still full of straw and string and doors that had been shut a long time, and her hand lay quiet under the pillow learning to be empty again, and it was a slow student, and she let it take the time it took, and did not ask it, in the dark, what it thought it had been making. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 7. The Announcements. By the 7th week the term had worn itself a groove and ran in it. Mondays the Academy's big lecture room went dark at 9:10 and the projector came on with its smell of hot dust, and the carousel turned with a sound like a small decision being made over and over, and paintings stood up on the wall one at a time, 6 meters tall, while the lecturer's voice moved along somewhere below them like water under a dock. Mariella had stopped trying to take the words in order. She took the pictures instead, which arrived in a language she had never needed teaching, and let the voice wash the names over her until one stuck: a saint, a city, a century, and wrote that one down, and her notebook by November was a column of single words with white space around them, like provisions laid in against a winter nobody had announced. Outside, the weather went on being what it was. The sun came low and from the side and laid the windowsills in golden hour at a time, and on the sill of the lecture room window, that Monday, a gull stood facing the wall, not the square where the life was, and not along the ledge, the way a bird stands to watch its own kind. The wall. It stood an inch from the brick with its wings folded and its face to the mortar like a child put in a corner, and it was still there, unmoved, when the slide changed and changed again, and when the lights came up at 11 it was gone. Out of the wind, she told herself, gathering her things. The wind came off the river down that side, and a wall was a wall. Birds were not required to be interesting. She put the gull with the rest and went down to the cloakroom. It was on the stairs, in the crush between hours, that she walked through the conversation. 2 coats on the half-landing, faculty by the cut of them, one smoking into the open window with the cigarette held outside in the cold air, and she caught it in passing the way you catch a smell. The university, the far one, across the river, a commission, allocations was one of the words, and the spring list, and then the surname, said the easy local way, the way Stefan had said it months ago, but dressed differently in this mouth, dry, with a small hook in the tail of it. and the other coat made a sound that agreed and added something about long overdue, and then she was past, and the stairwell took the rest. She did not slow. There was nothing in it for her. Committees made lists the way the gulls made noise. It was the sound the species gave off, and she was 3 streets away before she noticed what her ear had actually kept, which was not a word at all. It was the tone. Somebody, somewhere across the river, had said that name with a hook in it and been agreed with. She filed the tone, the way she filed things now, and let the streets have the rest. The Tuesdays and the Thursdays meanwhile ran on their rails. The door off the latch at 5, the third hook, the apron, the corridor taken at eye level with the count counting itself. The third crate stood where it had stood, under the long table, roped, and on the Thursday she let her eyes go to it for the length of 1 step, the way you check a stove you know is off, and it had not moved and nobody had touched it. Paper first, he said that evening, not to her question, because she had not asked one, but to the crate, more or less, in passing, with a card in his hand meaning the field books and the photographs and the provenance cards of the first 2 crates would be brought current down to the last tag before a third lid came off, because a thing taken out of the ground was only half out until it was on paper, and a backlog was a kind of reburial. So the evenings that week were cards and dictation, her pencil and his voice, the state tongue's words for band and border, and the count of threads to the finger's width going down the table one at a time, and her hands behaved, at the cost they behaved at, and the cost went on to the account, and the account stayed and added. The bulb in Frau Pohl's corridor died on the Wednesday, between the second stair and the front door, in the manner of bulbs, which is to say it had been doing it for a week, a flicker when the tram went past, a brown moment at the edges, and then one evening Mariella came in out of the gold to a darkness with a smell of supper in it, and the switch did what switches do in a dead circuit, which is click with conviction and change nothing. Frau Pohl came out into the dark holding a lamp from her own room, in the housecoat the colour of an old bruise going yellow, and the 2 of them stood looking up at the dead fitting like mourners. There was a chair, it emerged, that was for standing on, and a different chair that looked the same and was not, having been weak in one leg since a year she named with a date in it, and Frau Pohl did not stand on chairs of any kind anymore, having promised somebody, the doctor or the dead, it wasn't clear, that she would not. So Mariella stood on the standing chair and went up into the warm air under the ceiling and unscrewed the dead bulb, and it was warm in her hand. Not the ghost warmth of glass that has lately worked. Warm like a stone off a windowsill, warm like a thing that had been on, and it had not been on. It had died the day before yesterday by Frau Pohl's accounting, and the switch had been left down since. She stood on the chair with it in her palm a moment longer than the job needed. Old houses cooked their wires, she decided. The current sat in the walls of a house like this the way damp sat in others, and the fitting was on the kitchen flue besides, and a bulb was glass and glass held what it was given. She came down off the chair and put the bulb in her coat pocket, where it cooled like anything else, and told Frau Pohl she would bring a new one tomorrow, and Frau Pohl said the shop, the one on the canal corner, and not the other one, and counted coins out of a tin with a picture of a harbour on it twice, the second time against her own first count, and was satisfied, and the house went to bed dark. The shop on the canal corner sold what such shops sell, which is everything, slowly. Coils of wire, washers in drawers, paraffin, mousetraps, clothes, bags by weight. The woman behind the counter had the kind and final face of someone who has spent 40 years correcting other people's errands, and Mariella put the dead corridor bulb on the counter, which solved the first half of the problem the way a sample solves anything, and then came the second half, because her own table lamp wanted a spare and its bulb was a smaller fitting and the bulb itself was at home in its socket, working, and she did not have the word. She had known for some weeks that she did not have the word. The word lived in the everyday middle of the language, the part nobody had dictated to her, and standing at the counter she went looking for it and found what her 2 schools had given her instead. And another, she said, in the state tongue, holding her finger and thumb apart at the size of it. Smaller, for a lamp. A small vessel, of glass. The woman waited. Like a small urn, Mariella said, with the precision of the dictation table, because urns she could do in this language at the level of a museum card that burns. Not the cord, the glass urn only. There was a pause of a certain width. Then the woman said the word, kindly, finally, the way you hand somebody the tool they were trying to make out of two other tools, and turned and took the bulb down from the shelf behind her, the small fitting kind, and put it next to the corridor one, and said the word again, slower, with her eyebrows doing the teaching. Mariella said it back twice. It was a short word, and it had been there all along, 3 streets from her bed, behind a counter. She paid out of the harbour tins coins and her own, and the woman wrapped both bulbs in newspaper, half a sheet each, twisted at the ends like sweets, and said something brief in which Mariella caught and used as a kind of fond punctuation, and she went out onto the canal in the long gold light carrying 2 glass urns that burned, and the word, which she repeated to herself at intervals all the way home like a bird with one note, so that it would still be there in the morning. It was some words kept. She did not go near the question of which ones, and why. The loud thing convened on the Friday, in the underground bar, at the table that was theirs by ancient right of always sitting at it, and the evening had its furniture in place by the time she came down the stairs with the streets cold on her coat. Eva against the wall with the door in her eyes, Marta opposite, Stefan at the end where his knees fit, the seat beside him empty by the weekly miracle that was never once referred to, Thomas and Keith arriving in their shifts. The speaker the size of a coffin was playing something with machinery in it. The vodka came in the glasses washed to a theory of cleanliness. She sat and was handed a glass, and was shouted at with affection in 2 languages, and the week closed over her like water she knew the temperature of. It was Keith who opened the proceedings, because Keith had been on the same tram. What had happened on the tram was Tuesday, and it was this. The conductor, an old one, all moustache and machine, had clipped Mariella's ticket and handed it back, and Mariella, reaching for the small change of courtesy in the state tongue and finding the drawer empty, had reached 1 drawer further down, into the vocabulary ever used on drivers, which Mariella had heard delivered twice from the curb with a wide smile, and filed, reasonably, under what one says to men who drive, and had said it. Clearly, politely, with the small nod that goes with thanking an official. The conductor's moustache had done something Keith attempted now to reproduce with both hands. The tram had gone very quiet in a radius of 4 seats, and Mariella, getting no reply, had assumed her pronunciation was at fault and said it again, slower. The table went down like a building. Stefan put his face entirely into his hands. Marta said no several times in the tone of a woman watching a horse enter a church, and demanded the exact wording, and Mariella, who still had no real idea what the freight was and only knew by now that there was freight, gave the exact wording, flat, in her careful foreign grammar, which was apparently far worse than the original, the politeness of the case endings. Eva managed to say, wiping her eyes, the politeness of them, and Eva then actually stood, with her glass, and took the credit. As the author, as the school, hers, she told the table, hand on chest. The accent was the student's own, but the filth was conservatory trained, and were there any questions? Thomas toasted the conductor. Keith toasted the 4 seats. Mariella drank, and laughed in the right places at her own story, and understood about 2/3 of it, and put the remaining third where she put things, and it was warm in there, and the music ground on, and somebody bought fries. Quite a lot later, the table had shed Thomas and gained him back, and Keith was conducting the speaker with 1 finger. Marta came around to the dead. She came at it the way she came at everything that autumn, sideways, and then suddenly, notebook nowhere in sight but present in her eyes. The old woman in the market had told her, for the price of herring, everything had its price in herring, about the feeding. Plates set out. The portion that goes on the windowsill, the first pour that goes on the ground. Did the South do it? Did Mariella's town do it? Did her family, she meant, leave food? And Marta's state tongue slowed down and walked carefully here, out of respect or hunger or both. And Mariella told her a true and small thing, because it was hers to tell and cost nothing from the archives side of the ledger. November, she said. The first days of it. The whole town walks out to the stones with chrysanthemums and buckets and scrubbing brushes, and the stones get washed like front steps, and you eat out there, some families, the old way, bread on the grave, and you take a bite and the dead take theirs, and afterwards nobody calls it feeding the dead, they call it visiting. Marta took it the way she took herring-priced gold, with her whole face. And somewhere under the talk, with the music grinding and the glasses going, one of the words from the other pile, the unwritten pile, the pile that was not getting smaller, shifted. It was simply there for a moment, behind her teeth, at the back of her mouth where a swallowed stone would sit, present and shaped and uninvited, the way a thing surfaces when its subject is set at the table. She drank, and it settled, and she did not examine, then or on the stairs afterwards, what it had been doing so near the door. It was at this point in the evening that Eva produced the newspaper. She produced it from inside her coat like contraband, which it more or less was. The periodicals room on the boulevard threw the old issues onto a trolley when the new ones came, and the trolley's destination was official and slow, and Eva's relationship with the trolley was unofficial and fast, and it came across the table folded to the size of a brick and opened out into the Southern Daily. The big one. The one that followed its country's scattered children everywhere on Earth at 10 days delay, so that you could sit under a wet northern street and read what the sea had been doing the Tuesday before last. Mariella's hands knew the weight of it before her eyes had read a word, the typeface like a relative's handwriting, the smell of different ink. Eva slapped it flat in front of her, found the page she had already chosen, the announcements, the back of the paper where the people were, and put her finger on a death notice the length of Mariella's forearm, and said, "Read." Aloud. For the music of it. This was the show, and Eva was its impresario, and the table arranged itself. So she read. It was a magnificent death, as deaths went in that column. The deceased had not died so much as ascended serenely, fortified by the rites and by the unanimous love of his own. There followed the inconsolable widow, the children in strict order, the children-in-law in strict order, 11 grandchildren as a block, 2 great-grandchildren with names like little bells, the nieces, the nephews, the relatives by marriage near and far, and finally, in its own sentence, the personnel of his firm, inconsolable as well but in smaller type. She gave it everything. She had not spoken her own tongue at volume since the bus, 3 months and 1,000 kilometers of careful smallness ago, and it came up out of her chest like something let off a leash. The long vowels, the grief that runs down her gathering clauses, the rhetoric her whole coast was born owing, and the table sat wrapped inside a language none of them held, and ever translated on a delay, gloriously and wrong. And when Stefan asked what the long part meant, the part with the names, Eva said it meant he was extremely dead and extremely related, and the table drank to him, 11 grandchildren and all. More was demanded. She gave them a wedding, 2 engagements, a 50th anniversary with a photograph in which everyone stood the way people stand when told not to blink. Her eye ran on down the column while her mouth performed, the way an eye does, ahead of the work. And at the foot of the column, boxed in the thin rule the paper used for paid legal matter, in the small type, it was there. The notices at the foot of that column were always there. They were the column's gravel, auctions, dissolutions, creditors given 30 days. This one was from a notary's office in a city 2 provinces from hers, a city she had been to twice. The heirs of the late, and then a name. The name was the wrong kind of wrong. It was correctly formed, regionally plausible, and it had never been a person. She knew the shape of names built that way and what desk built them, knew it the way the woman at the canal shop knew a fitting at a glance, and her eye went on at reading speed because reading speed was the only safe speed, an undivided property, a settlement long deferred, the first 2 shares duly conveyed, the 3rd share remaining unclaimed, and then the sentence the whole box existed to carry, dressed as boilerplate, priced by the line. Persons with knowledge of the whereabouts of the remaining heir are requested to address themselves to the undersigned office. Persons with knowledge, not the heir. The heir was not being asked anything. The people around the heir were being asked. In every city this paper reached, at 10 days delay, in the back pages, under the weddings, and the only word in the box that was hers was 3rd, and it was enough. And her eye finished the column, because columns get finished, an auction of agricultural machinery, a restaurant changing hands, the 30 days of a debtor called something cheerful. Then she said that the rest was tractors, which was true, and folded the page along its existing crease. The table had moved on anyway, or nearly. Kev wanted the horoscope. If the South had horoscopes, and the South had horoscopes, and Mariella read Kev the fortune of shameless Southern optimism, improving it slightly in translation, and the laughter closed over the top of the evening again like water. At some point the speaker finished its song and began the same song again, the same song from the top, note for note, the little machinery figure and then the rest, and nobody at the bar moved to it or minded, and she alone seemed to register that the night had developed a seam and been sewn back on itself. The tape had looped. Bars ran on tapes the way the town ran on rounds. Somewhere behind the counter a cassette had reached its end and turned itself over into itself. She let it go by. It went by. When the coats happened, Eva pushed the folded paper across the table at her with 2 fingers, like a croupier paying out. "Keep it," she said. "It's your country. I only steal it." And there was nothing in Eva's face but the gift, the show-off's generosity, the polyglot feeding her collection, and Mariella said the thank you she did securely own, and put the paper under her arm, because a Southerner refusing the Southern paper was a sentence in a language everyone at that table read, and carried it up the stairs into the cold, where she finally took the breath she had been keeping, and the cold covered it, as the cold there covered most things. She walked home the long way, which had stopped being a choice in any week she could point to. The boulevard had its night population out, the 2 cats on the wall holding their positions in the Cold War, a window upstairs arguing politics with itself in one voice, the smell of coal that was somebody's evening passing over the rooftops. The periodicals room sat on the corner where the boulevard bent, dark inside in the way of official rooms at night, which is not fully dark, a low bulb left on somewhere at the back for the insurance, or the cleaner, or no one. And the rack stood where the rack stood, just inside the glass, the long wooden poles in their stand, each with its newspaper folded over it like washing, the local sheets, the thick grey one from the capital, the foreign ones with their alphabets. She slowed. She had not decided to slow. The southern pole, 3rd from the left, she knew its place in the rack the way you know things you have been careful not to visit, was bare. The others hung full and folded over their poles, and the 3rd one stood empty in the stand, a long wooden stick with a brass clip and nothing in it, and the new issue was due, and the post from the South had never in the history of that room been on time. 10 days was the custom, and 12 was not a scandal. The pole was bare because the world was slow, and because Eva for all anyone knew had fallen, and because a bare pole was the most ordinary object in an empty reading room at midnight. She stood on the pavement a moment, a woman looking through dark glass at a stick. Then she walked on, in her one shadow, and behind her the low bulb at the back of the room kept whatever it was keeping. At home the corridor was dark, and she fixed it. Stood on the standing chair in her coat, by feel and the street lamp through the transom, and screwed the new bulb in, and the switch clicked, and this time meant it, and the corridor arrived around her all at once, the coats on their pegs, the harbour tin gleaming on the shelf, the stairs going up into their shadow, a small ordinary room of light where there had been none, on the strength of one glass urn and an errand. Somebody had gone into the dark place and noticed it and stood on a chair. She put the chair back where the chair lived. She was the somebody. It was that easy. It had always been that easy. Whoever had done it across the square, that one night the lamp went dark and came back, had done no more than this. She turned her own light off behind her. The corridor's job was the door, not the night, and went up. The newspaper she dealt with in the kitchen, on the way. Frau Pohl kept a basket by the stove for the papers that had finished being news, and they went down into it in their order and came out of it as fire, which was the house's whole policy on the past, and not a bad one. Mariella put the Southern Daily into the basket. She put it in flat, and then she moved 2 of the local sheets over it so that it lay under them, and she did not audit the moving of the 2 sheets, and went up to her room where the 4 closed cloths hung over the bed and the broken 5th lay flat under the lamp, exactly as far from finished as it had been in the first week, and the boat in the slot of water had not moved, and across the square the lamp that burned in daylight burned at its post, keeping the time nobody kept. In bed she did the small arithmetic, because the arithmetic did itself and she had stopped pretending otherwise. The 5th card was 11 days drawed, the 6th stood 10 days off. The autumn had learned to tell her these things free of charge, the meter ticking along under the floor of the free life like the pipe it was. That was the old sum and she knew its weight. The new thing was small and she gave it the size she had decided it would have, a notary 2 provinces from anywhere she had lived, fishing in the back pages, where notaries fished with the wide net the profession had used for 100 years, because the South ran on undivided inheritances the way this town ran on rounds, and half the boxes in that column every week of every year said and claimed about something, and no name in it was her name, and a paper 10 days old described a world 10 days gone in which, demonstrably, nothing had happened, since here she lay, in a room with 2 windows, under 4 closed cloths, in a city no one she had left behind had ever heard her name in the same sentence as. The wager stood. Small, quiet, dull, a cost not worth collecting. She rehearsed it the way she had rehearsed it since the 3rd card, and noticed, this time, that the rehearsal had developed a click in it somewhere, one stair in the flight that had learned to creak. She couldn't have said which, and she declined, in the dark, to walk back up and find it. Her hands lay still. The plane tree let go of a leaf. She slept, eventually, the way one does, with the light from the corridor she had mended showing faintly under her own door, a thin gold line that had not been there on any other night, and was there now, and was nothing, and was hers. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 8. The Third Crate. The paper went first, as promised. It took 8 evenings, and the evenings had a shape she came to know from inside, the field books open at the marked pages, the grey photographs squared at the table's north edge, the provenance cards in their shallow box, and the 2 of them working down the contents of the first 2 crates item by item until each thing on the nets and frames had its number, its grave, its place in the book, and its card, and nothing in the room was owed anything by anyone. He called the state of it current when he called it anything, which was once. Mostly the work named itself, his voice going along the table at dictation pace, the words for band and border and the count of threads to the finger's width falling one at a time, her pencil taking them at the speed she had taught it, the budgeted clumsiness sitting in her letters where she had put it. The stove ticked. The 2nd lamp burned at her end. Outside the courtyard the town did its evening in the long gold, and the gold moved along the wall above the cabinets an inch at a time, the way it did until it went. She would not have said, if anyone had asked, that she was waiting for the crate, and nobody asked, and she was. It stood where it had stood since the wool came in, under the long table, roped, with the stenciled church name on the lid and the bracketed name under that, and she gave it the stove lance on arriving and the stove lance on leaving and nothing in between, and it cost her exactly the 2 glances and not a third, which she counted as proof of something and did not name what. The week ran. Monday the carousel turned in the dark, and a century of altarpieces stood up on the wall one at a time, 6 meters of gold leaf to a slide, and her notebook took its column of single words. Wednesday it rained for 11 minutes, hard, out of a clear sky and back into one, the street steaming after, the cobbles run gold, 2 gulls standing in the middle of the road as if rain were a council matter they had opposed. Friday the loud thing convened and was loud. She sat in her place beside Stefan, drank what arrived, surrendered a third of a packet of cigarettes to the table's economy, and carried her week in and out of the noise without setting it down anywhere. Nobody produced a newspaper. She did not audit the relief. On the Saturday, Frau Pohl was on the landing with her arms folded at the window, which was Frau Pohl's way of summoning a tribunal, and the matter before the court was the curtain. The landing curtain was older than several governments and had folded along the same line through all of them, and along that line it had finally begun to go, a soft furred parting, the light showing through in a seam. Frau Pohl held the fabric out flat on her 2 palms like something brought in from a road. Could it be saved? That was the question, asked in the manner of someone who already kept a drawer of things that could not. Mariella looked, because looking was free, and the looking was the easy half, and then came the saying, and the saying went where her sayings went. The everyday words for it, hem, worn, fray, whatever the street and the kitchen called this, were not in the drawer where she reached, and what her hand closed on instead came off the dictation table hole. The weft is gone at the fold, she said, in the state tongue, holding the seam to the light. The warp is holding. See, the warp is good. It wants binding before the loss travels. A pause of a particular width opened on the landing. Frau Pohl looked at her lodger over the top of her glasses, and then at the curtain, with new formality, as though it had been promoted. The weft, Frau Pohl repeated, weighing it. She was heard, that evening, saying it to the curtain itself, through the open landing window, in the voice she used on the coal man, and the curtain stayed up, bound along the fold with grey thread by Mariella's hand in 20 minutes, the stitches set small and even before she remembered to make them a lodger's stitches, which by then was paid for and done. At noon on the Sunday she was crossing the square with bread when the hour struck, and she counted it the way you count what you are not listening to, on the skin, and the count came to 1 more than the hour had any use for. She stood a second with the loaf against her coat. 2 towers, she decided. The town kept several, one of them slow, and a slow tower laid its strokes into the gaps of the others the way the old men at the cellar laid their 3 tongues into one argument, and what arrived at the ear was braided and meant nothing arithmetical. A bell was not a clock anyway, a bell was a wheel and a man's arm somewhere, or a motor. She walked on. The 13th stroke, if it had been one, did not follow her past the pump. The last card was written on the 2nd Tuesday. It was an ordinary card, a needle case, bone, grave 41, the lid lost, and he dictated it in the voice the other cards had gotten, and she wrote it in the hand the other cards had gotten, and then there was no next item, and the table was a table. He squared the box of cards with 2 movements of his thumbs, and stood looking down the room at the nets and the frames and the cabinets, at all of it current, owing nothing, everything out of the ground all way out at last, and at the foot of the last card, before it went into the box, he wrote the day's date, which he had done on no other card she had seen. Then he looked at the crate under the table the way a man looks at the next field. Thursday, he said, the wool. Thursday the door was off the latch at 5, the apron was on its hook, and the rainwater stood warming on the stove in the 2 zinc cans, because wool took rainwater at blood heat and nothing else, the law having been recited once and never since. He had the rope off the crate before she had her cuffs turned. The rope itself was coiled and put away. Everything in that house had a place it was a citizen of, and the lid came up with the long creak of nails that have been thinking about it, and the smell that came off the open crate was the smell she knew now from the first two, earth and wet packing straw, and under those the low brown smell of old wool, which was not a dead smell, which she had decided in October not to find remarkable. Then unpacking ran the way the room ran, everything, one thing at a time. He lifted out each field-sewn bundle and read its tag against the field book, and said the grave number, and she wrote the number at the head of a fresh card and set the bundle in the queue on the long table, and nothing came out of the crate until the thing before it had its place. A blanket cloth, coarse as sacking, folded wet into its linen a season ago 2 hours east of where they stood. A pair of mitts, felted to stone, a wrapping that had been around a shoulder by its set, a small cap. The cap was a child's. The book said so, in his hand, in the dry column where the book said things. The grave's length said so, and he held it a moment on his 2 palms the way Frau Pole had held the curtain, and then he said a word to it. Not to her, not to the book, to the cap, low, the way you say a name to someone asleep. And the word was not the state tongue's, and it was not hers, and it had the shape the other 2 had, the wall's word and the parish's undername, the shape of a thing kept under a thing. It went on to no card. He set the cap in the queue with the rest and read the next tag, and the word went where the other 2 had gone, onto the pile that was not written anywhere and was not getting smaller, and she did not handle it, then or later. 3 stones now. She wrote the next grave number at the head of the next card. The washing started at 6. This was hers, the long zinc tray, the rainwater cut to blood heat against the inside of her wrist, the wool lowered in on its net and never wrung, never rubbed, the soil walking out of it on its own legs into the water while her hands did nothing but be patient, which was the whole skill, and which her hands had been taught before any of her had been consulted. The first pieces went through and onto the frames. The light left the wall. The second lamp held her end of the table in its circle, and his end held its own, and between the 2 circles the room stood in the brown dark it preferred, and the work was good. She would have signed nothing saying so. The work was good. The band came up out of the crate at the bottom of the first layer, rolled, sewn into field linen gone stiff, and the tag against the book said grave 19. She knew the number. The war had been 19. The book gave the grave a woman by its goods and its length, and gave the band's position on the body at the waist where a band lies, and he slit the field stitching with the short knife and unrolled it dry first on the table to its length, which was most of an arm, and the dirt held the pattern down the way dirt does, a smudged geometry sleeping under a province of itself. Into the tray. The water took the soil out of it slowly, in smoke, in standing brown curls that went on turning after her hand was still, and she watched the water and not the wool, which was correct procedure, and also that evening a place to put her eyes, and when the water had cleared twice and been changed twice the band lay on the net under the lamp and the pattern was awake. Hooks. A running border of hooked figures, each one rising off the baseline and turning at the top, the turn carrying the eye on to the next, the way such borders work, the figure handing you to the figure handing you to the figure, an old grammar, older than the church on the crate's stencil, dug out of ground the church had stood on top of for 600 years without ever once looking down. She knew the grammar. That was aloud. The corridor had it framed on its walls, half the cabinets held its relatives, knowing it was her job and her wage. And every hook on the band turned left. Not one left figure in a right-turning border, the grandmother's own choice, the corridor's single-framed heresy that had cost her 2 sentences in October. All of them. A whole population of the turn her grandmother had made alone, Mariella had let herself believe at the time and at intervals since, the way her grandmother salted fish and held a needle and crossed a room, which was her own way and never explained, a woman's signature misspelled by a child as a flourish, and here the flourish ran border end to border end on a woman's waist out of the northern ground, common as thread, the rule and not the breach, in wool that had gone into that ground while her own coast was still arguing about which empire owned it. Her grandmother had never in her life been within 1,000 miles of this parish. The sentence stood there in her head and did not help, because it was true the way a fact is true, and what was on the net was true the way wool is. She did the work. The hands knew it without her and she let them have it. The net lifted level, the band carried flat to the frame, the long edge pinned out straight with soft pegs, and it was while the band was going onto the frame that the band ended. It ended early. The border ran its hooks down the length, turn handing to turn, and then at the last handspan the final figure rose off the baseline and turned and did not come down, stopped in the air of itself, half made, the weft simply gone from one row to the next, the warp ends running on past the pattern's edge, loose, soft with 600 years and still visibly waiting, the way warp waits, because warp is the part that holds the intention and the weft is only the part that keeps the promise. Work interrupted. A weaver who had stood up from this band one day for a reason the ground had since made obvious, and the band had gone to the waist of the grave unfinished, open at its end, the last figure left standing half-turned in the air. The fifth cloth lay under a lamp on a table in a corner room above a square, flat, exactly as far from finished as it had been on the day a different table had held it last, and she had carried it 1,000 kilometers precisely flat, in paper, like something that could bleed. And the sentence stood up. The corridor's sentence, the one from October, the one she had shut that evening before it cleared her teeth. It is left open so that it stood up now with the ease of a thing that has been doing exercises in the dark, and this time it got its verb. It is left open so that it can, and she put the point of her pencil down on the card, on the blank card waiting for the band's dictation, and held the point there, pressed white, until the graphite made its small dark room in the paper, and the sentence sat back down without its object. She did not give it its object. The object was the whole of what she had not come 1,000 kilometers to say in a warm room in the wrong country with her wage in her pocket, and it sat back down, and her hand when she lifted the pencil had gone bad. Not budget bad. She kept a clumsiness the way the till kept small coins, spent it by design, a smeared loop here, a crossing uncrossed there, a student's honest hand. What was on the card when he began the band's dictation was under the budget. Beneath it, the real hand lost somewhere below the clumsy one with no floor where the floor had always been. The state ton's word for band went down with a stagger in it. Tablet woven arrived in pieces, and it terminates incomplete. He dictated it in the dry column voice, the voice the needle case had gotten. Terminates incomplete at the western end, warp continuous, weft absent, no selvage finish, loss not due to damage. At loss not due to damage her pencil wrote the words the way a person walks on a turned ankle, and she watched her own letters arrive like somebody else's and put down after them, in the space for remarks, nothing. The water, he said, from his end to the room at large, in the voice that minded the room's economy and nothing else, is past its heat. It was. The cans had stood since 6. She got up and went to the stove and did the next 20 minutes with her wrists and the zinc and the thermometer of her own skin. And the 20 minutes did what handling water at blood heat does, which is use exactly all of a person, and when she came back to the table with the fresh can, the card was where she had left it and the band was on its frame drying pattern up under the lamp like anything else, like the 11th thing washed that evening, which it was. He had not looked at her. He was at his end with the field book, building the next card's bones. The hooks on the frame turned left all the way down their row, and the last one stood half made in its own air, and she sat and took dictation, and her hand found the budget again and stayed inside it, and the evening finished the way the evenings finished, with the nets emptied and the tray tipped and the aprons on their hooks and the lamps put out in their order, is first, as last, the room handed back to the brown dark that owned it. In the corridor, going out, the count went wrong. It counted itself. That was its use. 12 panels of framed cloth at eye height between the workroom door and the street door, and her eyes touched each one without lighting on any, and the count ran under her breath without being sent, the way it had every Tuesday and Thursday since October, and it came to 11. She was at the street door with her hand on the cold iron, and the count stood at 11, one short, the corridor mislaid somewhere behind her in the dark with the low lamp at its far end, and she did the thing she would afterwards prefer not to have done, which was turn around and count it back the other way. 13. She stood in the middle of the corridor with the framed cloths going away from her in both directions in the bad light, 11 one way and 13 the other, and the corridor adding up to itself in neither. A long brown room she had walked 100 times, holding its breath around a number, and the third count, taken slowly, touching each frame with her eyes one at a time, begun from the workroom door like the first, came to 12, which was the number the corridor had always been, and she did not take a fourth. A person who counts a thing 3 times and takes the middle answer is tired. The light at the far end was a low bulb behind her own shadow. She had begun the second count from the wrong door, and somewhere in the darker frame had been paid twice or not at all. She let herself out. The iron latch fell behind her with its sound. In the courtyard the cold stood waiting in its place, and the sky over the well of the roofs had stars in it in the spaces the gulls weren't using, and she stood in the cold longer than the cold was worth, with her hands in her pockets, not counting anything. The walk home tried its keys. Crafts travel, that was the first key, and it went into the lock and would not turn. Crafts travel, coasts trade, a hook is as old as fish. The same border walks from sea to sea on the backs of sailors' mothers, all true, all in the cabinets, none of it reaching the left turn, which was not the border but the breath inside the border, the one choice her grandmother had made against the sun all her life, with no border anywhere around her to learn it from. The second key was coincidence, and she did not even raise it to the lock. The word had a smell she had been trained out of using. The third key was the child's misfiling, a flourish, a habit, an old woman's hand doing what an old woman's hand does, signifying nothing, remembered wrong by a girl who had wanted her grandmother's choices to be choices, and this key turned a quarter and stuck, because the framed cloth in the corridor had cost her 2 sentences in October precisely on the point that the turn was a choice. The corridor's own single heretic hanging there with its price on it, and a thing cannot be a flourish in the kitchen and a heresy on the wall in the same autumn. So she filed it. That was the key that turned. The band belonged to grave 19, parish of the bracketed name, 2 hours east, crate 3, card forthcoming, frame 6, the property of the ground, and then the book, and then the cabinets, in that order, forever, and the other cloth. The flat one belonged to a town with a sea you could swim in until November, to a drawer of a dead woman's things divided badly among the living, to a paper wrapping 1,000 kilometers long, and items filed in 2 cabinets do not touch. They do not touch because the cabinets are the touching's instrument and its prevention both. That was what cabinets were for. She had learned it at the table where they paid her. She walked the bridge with the black water going under it the way it had been going for 600 years, and the filing held. It held the way a door holds when the holding is a hand. She could feel, the whole way home, exactly where the pressure stood on the other side of it, which is not a thing a person feels through a door that is closed, but it held, and at the middle of the bridge her hands came up out of her pockets and were working. Not at anything. At the air, at hip height, the right hand making the small repeated taking motion and the left keeping attention that wasn't there to keep. the two of them running the old loom of nothing the way they had run it in the dark of her room in October, only this was a public bridge under a gas lamp and she had not sent them. She put them back in her pockets. They went. A tram crossed the far bridge with its lit windows in a row and nobody in them, which at that hour was the rounds, the cars walking themselves home along the timetable, and she watched it out of sight and her hands stayed where she had put them, two warm animals breathing in the dark of her coat. The square, when she came into it, lay in its own light economy, the gas lamp at the corner, the street lamp the colour of weak tea, across the way the lamp that burned in daylight burning at its post. The plane tree had been letting go all week and the cobbles wore its hands of leaves over the slow brown wave of the roots, and every leaf she could see lay face down, backs up, ribs up, the whole square's worth, turned like a hand of cards refused, not one showing its open side to the sky. The wind, she told herself, came into that square one way, over the roofs by the bakery, and rolled everything once before it left, and a leaf rolled by a wind that always came the same way would land the same way, all of them, every time. It was the kind of thing that had been happening every autumn forever in front of people too sensible to count leaves. She crossed on the bakery diagonal, and her boots turned some of them over, and the turned ones lay in her wake showing pale, a short trail of upturned palms across the square to Frau Pohl's door, and she let herself in and did not look back at it through the glass. The corridor received her with the small gold room of its light, her bulb, her chair errand, 3 weeks a citizen now, and she turned it off behind her, the corridor's job being the door and not the night, and went up past the landing where the curtain hung mended along its fold, the grey binding sitting in the old line like a scar that had taken. In her room she did not turn on the table lamp. She stood a while at the square window in her coat. The 4 closed cloths hung over the bed in the dark, 4 held breadths against the wallpaper, and on the table the 5th lay flat where the 5th lay. In the lamplight it wasn't getting exactly as far from finished as it had been on the day she hung the others, which had been a fact all autumn the way furniture is a fact, and tonight was a measurement. An arm's length of border. A last figure half turned in its own air, waiting on a weft. She knew to the row what it would take, her hands knew it better and lower down than that, and were quiet in her pockets, having been spoken to once on the bridge, and she did not put the lamp on over it, because the lamp was the reading light of the question, and the question was filed, parish of nowhere, cabinet of 1. She hung her coat on the wardrobe door. Across the slot of grey water between the roofs the moored boat lay where the moored boat lay. The gull was on its chimney, a darker dark. Nobody on the square turned the leaves back over. In bed the arithmetic came, because the arithmetic did itself. It was the last thing awake in her most nights now, a clock who needed no candle, and it laid out the days with its usual speed. The 5th card so many drawed, the 6th due in, and stopped, and recounted, and the recount came back the same, due nothing. Due today. The 6th had fallen due that day, this day, the Thursday now closing over her. It had come due at some hour between the rope coming off the crate and the latch falling behind her, had stood in the middle of her one appointed day like a man at a counter, and nobody had come, and it had gone again, and the ceremony. 5 had gotten 1 sentence, 4 had gotten 2, 3 had gotten a night of sitting inside the choice. The ceremony of the 6th was this, the noticing, 11 hours late, in the dark, that there had been none. The drawer had not been opened. The drawer had not been thought of. The wall had eaten the day to the rind, and the meter under the floor had ticked its tick into a room where nobody was listening, and that, she understood, lying still, was either the wager working, a woman so small, so quiet, so dull that she escaped even her own bookkeeping, or it was the other thing, which she did not lay out beside it, the 2 cabinets being by then a method she knew how to use. She did not rehearse the wager. The stair with the click in it stood in the dark of the flight where it stood, unwalked, unlocated, patient. The plane tree let go of something that touched the window on its way down. Under her own door the thin gold line was not there, because she had turned the corridor off herself. like every night now, there was only the dark the house preferred, and the 4 held breaths over the bed, and the flat unfinished question on the table keeping its edge in the black, and she slept, eventually, with her hands shut. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 9. The Second Cup. Tuesday the wool was dry enough to think about, and not dry enough to touch. That was the rule. Wool told you itself, through the back of the hand held an inch off the frame, and her hand said Thursday. So Tuesday was tags. The tags were small squares of linen, and each one took a number in waterproof ink, and then each one was sewn to its piece with 3 loose stitches through the selvage. The sewing was the part the room gave to her without discussion, the way it had given her the washing. He read out the numbers from the field book. She wrote them, sewed them, and laid each tagged piece back on its frame. The stove ticked. The light came in low and gold and moved along the wall above the cabinets, an inch at a time, and went. Around 7 the rainwater cans came off the stove, empty, their day's work done, and the iron top stood there hot and doing nothing. She had carried the little pot in her bag for 3 days before this. It was the screw-together kind, from home, small enough for 2 cups, and it had crossed 1,000 kilometers in a sock. She had told herself she brought it because the evenings were long. That was even true. She filled the bottom at the courtyard tap, packed the ground coffee into the basket with her thumb, screwed it shut, and set it on the corner of the stove. Then she went back to her tags and did not look at it. The smell did the rest. It is not a polite smell, coffee, in a room that has smelled of wet wool and old paper since before either of them was born. It walked down the long table the way the dictation walked, one thing at a time, and arrived at his end. He did not lift his head. His pencil kept its pace. But she saw she was watching the wool, and past the wool, the way you watched, she saw him take one breath that was slower than the breaths around it. She poured 2 cups, hers and the brown glazed one from the shelf by the basin, which held pencils and which she emptied of pencils. She carried the brown cup down the room and set it at his elbow, beside the field book, and went back to her end and sewed. He let it stand a while, the way he let everything stand a while. Then he drank it, in 3 or 4 goes, between numbers, without a word. When the evening finished and she went to collect the cups, his was not where she had left it. It stood by the basin, rinsed, upside down on the board, in the place where finished things went. The pencils had been moved to a tin. She looked at that longer than it needed. The cup had been filed. In that room, that was an answer. The lamps went out in their order, his first, hers last. On her way down the corridor she did not count the frames. She had stopped on Thursday after the night the count went wrong, and not counting was harder work than counting had been, like walking ice with one hand kept in a pocket, but she had decided the corridor could add itself up from now on, and she held to it, 12 frames or whatever they were, going by in the dark. One small thing, that Tuesday, a moth had got in and sat on the shade of the second lamp, her lamp, a grey triangle the size of a thumbnail. It was the middle of November. It sat there the whole evening, through the washing smell and the coffee smell and the lamps going out around it, and it did not move once, not even its feelers, and when she put her own lamp out last it was still sitting on the warm shade in the dark. Warm rooms keep moths alive past their season, she decided. The stove had burned since 5. A moth is not a calendar. She let herself out. Thursday the door was off the latch at 5, and on the stove, beside the 2 zinc cans, stood 2 cups. Hers and the brown one, washed dry, right way up, waiting. The pencils stayed in their tin. Nothing was said about it then or ever, and from that day the coffee was simply a thing the room did at 7, the way it did the lamps and the aprons, her hands making it, the smell crossing the long table, the 2 cups going back to the board. She did not write to anyone about it. There was no one she could have told who would have understood what it weighed, which was nothing, which was not nothing. The band hung on frame 6. She had built a rule for it in the week it had been there, because a thing like that in a room you work in will take whatever it can get, and the rule was one look, on arrival, coat still on, before her hands were hers for the evening. One look and no more. That Thursday the look went the way the looks went. The hooks ran their row, everyone turning left, her grandmother's own turn standing in a crowd of itself, and at the end the last figure stood half-made in its own air, waiting on a weft 600 years patient, and she took her one look and paid for it with one long breath, and hung up her coat, and the evening had her after that. A look rationed is still a look owed. She knew that. She paid it anyway, Tuesdays and Thursdays, on arrival, coat still on, and kept the books on it herself. The wool came off the frames that evening, piece by piece, tagged and dry, and went flat into the clean crates with paper between the layers, and the room began slowly to owe nothing again. Friday the loud thing convened, and Marta had a project. Not the cellar, she said, when the usual door was 20 meters off. I'm sick of the cellar. The cellar is a kindergarten with vodka. She turned them left instead, down toward the river, walking backwards in front of the group like a tour guide. There was a place, she said. A real place. Old men, real beer, no music you could name. She went there sometimes with the studio people when she wanted to feel that the city had a floor under it. They would hate it, she said happily, and it would be good for them. It was a ground floor room 3 steps down from the street, in a row of dark fronts near the lower bridge, under a hanging sign with an owl painted on it, the paint mostly gone, one round eye left. The Uhu, Marta called it. Inside, brown paneling, brown tables, a brown ceiling that had been white under several governments ago. A dozen old men sat about it in ones and twos with their glasses and their papers, and a long counter ran down one side with a barman behind it built like the counter. Over the bottles hung a clock with no hands at all, just the face and the numbers, and nobody seemed to mind, and after a moment she decided that was fair. Nobody in that room needed the time told to them at night. They knew what time it was. It was late. The group took the big table by the window and was, for this room, deafening, and the room absorbed them the way Brown absorbs things. She and Eva went up for the first round. While they waited, Eva did a thing she did, which was to pick at Mariella's shoulder with 2 fingers, like grooming, and come away with something held up to the light. A thread, pale, short, a little kinked. Wool. Pots, Eva said. That was the whole question. It had been waiting since October. Mariella had seen it filed away one night at the other bar, one beat, and pursued, and here it was, brought out and laid on the counter between them, 1 thread long. So she paid it. Wool, she said. Old wool, from graves. It comes in from the digs, in crates, and someone has to wash it, and that someone is me, because it turns out I can. Washing, drying, sewing tags. That's the work. The pots were. She looked for the word and took the near one, smaller. Eva rolled the thread between her fingers and looked at her, the long look she kept for grammar that didn't pass. Then she nodded once, and let the thread go to the floor, and the matter was, visibly, not closed but shelved where she could reach it. Finally, she said, 6 weeks for 1 true sentence. You're cheaper drunk. And the beer came, and that was that, for an hour. The barman, when Mariella ordered the second round, got the full treatment. She wanted beer and bread with dripping if there was any, and she built the sentence carefully in the state tongue and set into the middle of it politely, like a fact, one of Eva's words. The worst one. Grammatically it sat perfectly. The barman, who had been drawing the beer, stopped drawing the beer. Down the counter an old man lowered his paper by exactly the width of his eyes. There was a silence with a shape to it, and then the barman finished the glass and said, "And bread," in the voice of a man declining to be a witness, and at the table Eva was already standing up with her hand on her heart. "I taught her that," she announced to the room. "That is mine." The old man raised his paper again. The room went back to being brown. It was somewhere past 11 that she saw him. Not arriving. He was already there and must have been there before they came in. The corner table at the far end past the counter where the lamp was weakest. A glass of beer, mostly full or mostly finished, it was the same color. A folded paper he was not reading. He sat the way he stood at the long table, upright with no effort in it, and the room flowed around his corner the way water flows around a post it has flowed around for years. None of the group had seen him. Stefan, who had sat down with his back to that corner, had spent the evening oddly quiet, but Stefan was often quiet. She did not point him out. She drank her beer and kept her eyes mostly elsewhere, and her wig, which she had carried in here as usual without setting it down, settled a little lower in her arms. The boys came in around midnight. 3 of them, young, in black, boots with chrome on them, jackets with rivets, hair done with care to look uncared for. They came down the 3 steps loudly, the way you enter a place you have decided is beneath you and yours, and they took the corner of the counter and ordered shorts, and their voices went up to fill a room that had not asked to be filled. The old men adjusted their papers slightly, like grass adjusting to a wind, and waited for it to pass. It did not pass. It found Stefan. It started small, the way it always starts small. One of them wanted the chair from the group's table, the spare one, and took it without asking, dragging it so it caught Stefan's coat. Stefan said sorry for his coat, by reflex, in his careful state tongue with the accent sitting on top of it, and that was the smell of blood. The tall one came back. "Where was that from, that accent? Say something else. Say it again." The other 2 drifted over with their glasses. "Big lad," the tall one observed to his friends, the way you observe a bullock. "Big soft lad." Stefan had gone the color of the ceiling and was doing the worst possible thing, which was being polite, answering the questions, smiling the smile of a man who has decided this is friendly because the alternative is worse. Marta said something short and hard. The tall one liked that even better. He put his glass down on their table, in the middle of their table, claiming it, and leaned on his fists either side of it, and the next thing was going to be Stefan's shoulder or Stefan's glass, and the whole room could feel it, and the old men had stopped pretending to read. "The boots are this autumn's." The voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It was the kind that is used to a long table and a person at the other end writing things down. She knew it before she knew anything else, knew the pace of it, the dictation pace, 1 item at a time, and turned with everyone else, and he was standing at the counter with his glass, having come up to pay, apparently his coat already over one arm. He was looking at the tall one's feet. Bought in September, worn since on pavement. No scuffing forward of the welt. He moved up the boy an inch at a time, the way the light moved along the archived wall. The rivets are machine set. Even spacing, no hand does that. The jacket has been distressed on a bench, where arrives at the elbow first, and yours is at the seams, where a tool reaches. The patches are sewn with upholstery thread by someone paid to do it. He looked at last at the boy's face with the mild interest he gave a tag that didn't match its book. "And the accent is from the hill behind the cathedral. The good streets. It comes through under the growl, on the long vowels. Your father's no mine, probably." Nobody laughed. That was the strange thing. She thought later it was built like a joke, and landed like an inventory, and an inventory is worse. The tall one stood there being read, item by item, in front of his 2 friends and a room of the very men whose costume he had bought, and there was nowhere in the room to put himself. He tried half a sentence about who was this old. "It's a good costume," the man said, not unkindly, which was the worst way it could have been said. but everyone in this room has seen the real one." He put coins on the counter, the exact coins, and nodded to the barman. The barman nodded back, one working man to another. The three boys left within the minute, up the 3 steps, with the door doing its sound behind them, and the room came back the way a pond comes back, and the old men were already reading again, and not one of them had looked up for the end of it. He had not gone back to his corner. He was settling his coat onto his shoulders by the counter, and the path to the door ran past their table, and he took it and stopped. "Good evening," he said to the table at large. The table at large had stopped breathing. Marta recovered first, because Marta always did. "You drink here," she said. It came out as an accusation, and she let it stand as one. "The beer is closer to my house." He said it the way he said the grave numbers, a fact with nothing under it, and it was somehow, in that delivery, very nearly funny, and nobody dared find out. Stefan made a sound. It had meant to be a sentence. The man looked at him, and here she watched it happen, watched him take in Stefan whole, the size, the color he'd gone, the chair still wrong where the boy had dragged it, and what he said was, "Sit with your back to a wall, not a room. It saves trouble arriving behind you." A piece of practical advice, delivered flat, the way you'd say where a cabinet was. Stefan nodded as if he had been knighted. And then he looked at her. Across the table, past the glasses, the same look the room got when it was current. "Tuesday," he said. "The frames are empty now. The crates will want carrying down. A beat. Good night." And to the table, with a small movement of the head that was almost a bow and almost nothing, "Good night." And up the 3 steps, and gone, and the door did its sound. The silence afterward lasted 3 full seconds, which around that table was a record, and then it went up all at once like the gulls off the roofs. "Who?" "That was him, Stefan, white and shining. That's him. That's Warnate." The name went off at the table like a small charge. She felt it go past her and did not pick it up. "He knew you, Tuesday." He said Tuesday. "What's Tuesday?" "Wait, the archive, the wall, that's his." Ked with her hand flat on the table demanding order. "How long?" "Since October," Mariella said. "I wash wool for him. It's the credit, the one from their agreement. I told you about the credit." Which she had, the dull version, the Potts version, and the Potts version died there at that table, publicly, of natural causes, and a new dull version was installed over it while everyone watched. The archive, the washing, twice a week, paid. All true, all of it the truth, and the table turned it over the way he ever had turned the thread. "He failed me," Stefan said to nobody, radiant. "Spring term. He failed me." It was the proudest sentence of his year. He ever said nothing for a long while. She smoked and looked at Mariella through it, the long look again, the grammar look, and what was in it was not anger and was not even hurt exactly, it was filing. Then she leaned over, took Mariella's glass, drank from it, put it back, and said, dry as the counter, to Potts. And the table laughed, and the night closed over the rest of it, and at no point did anyone ask the question he ever was visibly not asking, which was not "What do you do there?" It was "What is he?" She had no answer to that one. She washed wool. The wool, at least, was sure of what it was. She walked home the long way, alone past the second bridge, which she told the others was for air. Middle of the bridge, the black water going under 600 years in one direction. Somewhere on the third step of the span the sound of the water stopped. Not faded, stopped, clean, like a lamp going out, and her boots went on making their boot sounds over a silence with a river in it. 3 steps, 4, and then the water was back, mid-note, as if it had never been anywhere. The wind, she decided. The wind comes down the river in lengths, and a length of it had carried the water's sound off sideways for a moment, the way wind carries a voice off a square. You could stand on any bridge in the world and have that happen. She did not stop walking, and she did not listen for it to happen again, and it didn't, and the not listening lasted her to the far bank. He had said good evening to a table of students at midnight in a brown room. She took that out once, under the third lamp, and looked at it. Not the dismantling filed itself. It was the long table's voice doing the long table's work on a different material, boots for once instead of bands, and the only thing it had taught her was a thing she already knew, which was that the voice had no second register. No, the part that would not file was good evening. The coins counted out exact. The advice to Stefan about walls, which was the advice of a man who had thought about rooms and what arrives in them. The beer is closer to my house, a house, then a street the beer was measured from, a man who walked home like other men, on an ordinary route, past an ordinary corner. None of it fit the cabinet the rest of him was in, and she carried it home in her hands, and did not decide which drawer it went into, and was aware of not deciding. The square lay in its light economy, the gas lamp, the weak tea lamp, across the way the lamp that burned in daylight burning at its post. The leaves were mostly gone now from the plane tree, swept or walked away, and the few left lay how they lay, she did not check how. In her room she hung her coat, and stood a moment at the table without putting the lamp on, the way she did now. The 4 closed cloths held their breaths over the bed. The 5th lay flat where the 5th lay, an arm's length of border, a last figure half turned in its own air. Going past it, that was all. Not a look. There was a rule for looks, and the rule lived at the archive, on arrival, coat on, and nowhere else. In bed the arithmetic came, because the arithmetic did itself. It laid the days out at its usual speed and came back with nothing due. The 7th stood off at the far end of the month, weeks yet, and that should have been the end of it, and was not quite, because she noticed the checking. After the 6th she had told no one and made no change, and here was the change. A clerk who used to come when called coming nightly now on his own, lighting his no candle, finding nothing, leaving. Nothing due, she agreed, and turned over. The stair with the click in it stood in its flight where it stood, unwalked, patient. 2 cups were drying on a board across the river, upside down, in the place where finished things went. She slept on that, more or less, with her hands quiet. The Weight of Shadows. Chapter 10. Carrying Down. Tuesday the frames were empty and the crates were full, and the crates wanted carrying down. He had said so himself, at midnight, in a brown room, in front of everyone she knew, and the table had spent the whole weekend repeating it. Tuesday, in his voice, badly. The crates will want carrying down. Stefan did it best and knew it. So Tuesday she hung her coat, took her one look at frame 6, the band hung on alone now, in a room of bare frames, and the look had it to itself, and found him already at the head of the stairs with the first crate against his chest. The crates were plain as boxes get, but full of wool and paper. They were made for 2 pairs of hands, and there was no discussing it. He took the head of the stairs, she took the turn. The work taught itself in one flight. Lower. The turn. Left. Work words, half of them hers by now anyway. After the 2nd crate they stopped needing even those. He set his end down on the landing rail at the same breath. She was ready for it, every time, without looking, and she stopped wondering how and let her hands learn the timing instead. The wool store was a back room on the ground floor, stone-floored, dry, cold the way a cello is honest about it. The crates went on to battens, off the stone, with a hand's width between them. Wool sleeps cold and dry, he had said once, in October, in the dictation voice, and she had written it down then and was sleeping it now, crate by crate. One thing, that afternoon, each trip, going down, a cold draft went down the stairs ahead of them, not around them. Ahead, moving the way they were moving, a flight below, like a thing that had set out first. The street door stood open for the carrying, she reminded herself, and an open door makes a corridor of a whole house, and cold goes downhill because that is what cold does. By the fifth trip she had stopped noticing it, which took some doing, and she did it. The last crate went onto the last batten before 6. He turned the key in the store door and tried the handle once, and they came up into a room with nothing on its frames but the band, and nothing on the long table at all, and an evening left over that the work no longer wanted. She had her coat half off the hook before he spoke. "The stove is still warm," he said. Not to her, quite. To the room, the way he said the grave numbers. But the room had 2 people in it and 1 stove, and the other person was already by the door. She put her coat back. She made the coffee the way she made it, the tap, the thumb, the corner of the stove, and poured the 2 cups, and there was nothing to do while they drank it. No tags. No numbers. The field book stayed shut on his end of the table. That was the difference, and the whole of it. He looked at the dark window and she looked at the stove door's seam of light, and the cups emptied at their own speeds, and nobody said anything because there was nothing that needed saying, and neither of them was the kind to say it anyway. It lasted maybe 10 minutes. It was the longest 10 minutes anyone had ever not spent working in that room. She would have bet the credit on it. Then he rinsed both cups, set them upside down on the board, and put the lamps out in their order, his first, hers last, and on the way home she did not take anything out from under any lamp to look at. There was nothing to look at. 2 people had drunk coffee in a warm room. It happens everywhere, every day, all over the world, to everyone. Thursday she came up the stairs not knowing what Thursday was. The wool was down. The frames were bare. The credit said twice a week, but the credit had been written about a room that owed things, and the room owed nothing now, and she had spent 2 days not asking herself what happened to an arrangement when the reason for it lay tagged and flat on battens behind a locked door. Not asking takes a schedule. She had kept to hers. The door was off the latch. On the corner of the stove stood her little pot, screwed shut, filled, packed. She unscrewed it later at the tap to check, and the ground coffee sat pressed in the basket with a thumbprint of pressure, packed the way she packed it, firm at the rim and easy in the middle. Her thumb did it that way. Is had learned it from somewhere, and there was only one somewhere in that room, and it was her 3 evenings a week since the cans first came off the heat. On the long table the winter was laid out. The field books, all of them, oldest to the left. The 9 grey photographs in their folder, a stack of fresh catalogue cards, and the good ink, and 2 chairs where the work would be, his at the books, hers at the cards. "The ground closes in winter," he said, when she had hung her coat, in the voice that read out numbers. "The paper opens. Fair copy. The field hand is for the field. The cards take a different hand." Hers, he meant. The cards would take her hand. She sat down at the stack and did not let any of what went through her reach her face, and the dictation started up again in its winter voice, slower, the books being older than the wool and harder to read, and at 7 the pot went on the stove that had packed it, that he had packed. The stove had packed nothing. She corrected her own bookkeeping and let the smell walk the table. Somewhere in that week she stopped deciding which drawer the good evening went into. There were too many things for the drawer now. The stove line, the pot, the 2 chairs set out like a sentence already half written. You can file a thing that happened once. A thing that happens every Tuesday and Thursday is not a thing anymore. It is a custom, and customs do not fit in drawers. She let it out of her hands, and her hands were glad of it, and went back to the cards. One small thing, that Thursday. The courtyard tap ran on after she closed it. 3 seconds, for a thin rope of water in the dark courtyard with her hand already off the head of it. Old washers. Pressure standing in old pipes all day with nobody drawing it. She dried the pot's base on her sleeve and went up, and behind her the water finished on its own time, which water in old houses does. Friday the loud thing convened in the cellar, the usual one, and Stefan was in his 4th week of telling it. The telling had improved. The boots had been this autumn's 2 Fridays running and were last month's now. The coins on the counter had multiplied. The tall boy had grown taller. Nobody minded. The table had been there and corrected nothing, because a story that everyone owns gets fed by everyone, and this one was the table's best livestock. He failed me, still closed it every time. Stefan said it the way other men said the names of their children. And that Friday, fed and shining, Stefan went one room further back in himself and came out with a thing he had clearly been keeping. "I saw someone on his stair once," he said, "2 springs ago. I had a paper to leave at the department and they sent me to the house instead, the merchant house, and a man came down the stair as I was going up. He named no name. He did the thing instead, the half frame of a face, the hand smoothing a lapel, a face from the television," he said, "one of the famous ones, the ones with the programs about the digs, flown in from wherever those faces live, coming down his stair with a case. And nobody believed me then either," Stefan said, and sat back and let the then do its work. It worked. The table had spent a month learning what stood at the weak lamp end of the uhu. The stair with a television face on it had got much easier to climb. The talk went up and around. Which one? The silver one? No, the one with the hat. And she sat inside it and let it go past her. A face on a stair 2 springs ago. It was a fact, the shape of gossip, or gossip the shape of a fact. And either way it was about a house she carried crates in, and she filed the tone of it, not the content, the way she had learned to file tones, and noticed that the tone had a hook in it somewhere, and did not feel for the hook at the table. Marta had a coat, bought that afternoon off a blanket by the gate, dead man's coat, best kind, she said, modelling it down the length of the cellar. And Mariella looked at the elbow and the cuff and said, before anyone had asked her anything, "The wear is real. It sits at the elbow, not the seams. The cuff was mended once, by a tailor, with the wrong thread, too proud of itself. The coat is older than the mend." Then she heard her own sentence land, item by item, at dictation pace, in the wrong room. There was a pause of about half a second around the table. "The coroner has opinions about coats now," Eva said to her glass. Marta wore the verdict like a medal and bought the next round on the strength of the mend, and the table moved on, but it moved on with its head half turned, because the table paid a new kind of attention now whenever the archive leaned into the light. So when Stefan, hungry, leaned across with the question, "What's actually in the crates? The woven things. What do you call them?" There were 5 faces on her, friendly, waiting, and a word stood up behind her teeth. Not the paper word, the other one, the one that had been said over the work the local way, said like a name, the one that had never been written down by her or anyone. It stood up the way a word does when it has been asked for, and was most of the way to the door of her mouth before she got the church word in front of it. "Bands," she said. "Borders. The cards say band. Half a beat late. A small half beat, the size of a swallowed thing." 4 faces took bands and went on. 1 did not. Eva was looking at her through the smoke with the long look, the grammar look, the one she kept for sentences that passed but had the wrong weight, and she held it for exactly as long as it takes to file something, and then she looked away and asked Marta what the coat had cost. Late, gathering coats, Keth, peaceable Keth, who noticed things slowly and said them kindly, bumped her shoulder against Mariella's and said, "You know, you've seemed more alive. Since the wool. Nothing in it. A friend's observation, innocent as bread. It suits you, whatever it is," and was out the door before any answer was owed, which was the kindest part. At the door Eva said good night in the state tongue. The plain way, the correct way, the way anyone would. The southern version, the butchered warm one she had been met with on wet steps in September and most nights since, did not come out. It was nothing. It was 1 degree of nothing, and the walk home was the same walk it always was, 1 degree colder. Halfway across the square a gull went over, low, fast, at 1 in the morning, white against the dark and completely silent. No cry, no wingbeat she could hear, like a thrown thing. Harbor lights confused them, she decided. The city is bright enough now to fish by. The boats had said so, somebody's boats somewhere. It cleared the roofline and was gone, and the square went back to its 3 lamps, and she let herself in. The card fell due on a Wednesday, and this time she was at the counter for it. She had decided that much on the Sunday, lying in the dark while the arithmetic did its nightly round, came unbidden, laid the days out, found 3 still standing, left. The clerk had been coming every night for 2 weeks and finding nothing, and she had lain there every night noticing the checking, and on Sunday she had had enough of being a counter someone else kept. Wednesday there would be something due. On Wednesday she would do the books herself, at the table with the lamp on, awake. If the day was going to pass through her one way or the other, she would rather be standing in the door when it did. So Wednesday night she did not go to bed. She sat at the borrowed table with the lamp on and the 5th cloth lying where the 5th cloth lay, an arm's length off, out of the lamp's pool, and she watched the day come to its end the way you watch a tide line. Somewhere across the roofs a church clock let the hour go. The day was through. The 7th had fallen due and been answered with nothing, the way the first 6 had, and she had attended it, eyes open, which the first 6 could not say. Then she opened the drawer. She had not opened it since the 5th. The cards lay where cards lie, white, blank, squared to the corner, and she took them out and counted them on the tabletop, and there were 5. She counted them again, 5 both times. The drawer had no opinion. It took her a moment, and then it did not need a moment, because she knew exactly where the 6th was, nowhere. The 6th had fallen due inside a wall day and gone through her unnoticed, 11 hours wide, and noticing it late had felt like the whole of the cost, but the drawer kept a different account. The drawer did not record what she owed. It recorded what she had stood over. 5 times she had held the white card and chosen the drawer instead of the box, and the choosing was the thing the drawer kept. The 6th time she had chosen nothing because she had not been at the counter at all, and the drawer honestly held nothing for it. The stationery was in the same drawer further back from the first week, when the cards were still going to be sent. She took one out. She thought about taking 2. 2 would square it. 6 cards, 6 dues, a clean record, and nobody alive would ever count them but her. And that was the whole case against it, laid out flat. Nobody would ever count them but her. A backfilled card would not be a card, it would be a smoothing, and the drawer was the one set of books in her life she had kept true to the day. Each card laid the night it was due, each one a thing decided on its own date and not a day later. She had missed one. The missing was true. You do not mend a record, you mend stockings. She laid the 7th card on the 5, squared the 6 of them to the corner, and shut the drawer on a gap that only she would ever know was in there, which made it, she supposed, entirely hers, the one thing in the drawer the order could never have, even if they got everything else. The stair with the click in it stood in its flight where it stood. She did not walk it. She knew where it was kept. In bed the arithmetic did not come. There was nothing for it to do. The books were done by her in person at the table with the lamp on, and for the first night in 2 weeks the clerk stayed wherever clerks stay, and the dark was just the dark. That was all it had wanted, then, maybe, to be attended. She let that thought go past without stopping to look at its teeth. Through the gap in the curtain the plane tree stood in the lamp light with one leaf left on it. One at the top, turning a little on its stem when the air moved, and not coming down. It had been there 3 days. The cold hardens the stems. Everyone knows that. A leaf can outlast its tree's whole crowd that way and drop in February, alone, on a quiet day. She watched it turn for a while, holding on with whatever a leaf holds on with. In the morning it was still there. A Across the river the frames stood bare, the band alone on 6, the crates asleep on their batons, 2 cups upside down on a board. Here the drawer held 6 cards and 1 true gap. She had slept between the 2 of them, more or less, with her hands quiet, and Tuesday there would be coffee at 7, because there was always coffee at 7 now, and nobody had ever said a word about it, and nobody ever would.